Welcome everybody. Welcome to a Saturday stream this time. Sorry for not being here yesterday. I had an audio job to finish, and that was, well, basically I had a deadline to make, so that's why I didn't stream yesterday and why we're streaming tonight. So welcome. I have not really much of a plan. I just want to do some sound design and make some stuff and maybe get an idea down, see what happens. We'll just make some interesting music, or at least we'll hope to make some interesting music. Let's not get ahead of ourselves. So welcome. Hope you're doing great. Happy Saturday from the USA. Nice. Yeah, maybe we might actually get some other people tonight that are watching because it's a different day, which might actually be good. So we'll see what happens tonight. Great bleeps and bloops will do. Yeah. I think I've been doing a lot of sound design in the last few weeks, so it's hopefully gonna help going forward as well. Yo, Jonas, welcome. I'm doing good. Thank you. I've been really exploring granular synthesis in the last few weeks. It's something that I need to do more. It's just like, I know how good it is, and I now know how good sounds I can make with it, but because I don't use it a lot, I often just tend to, you know, every now and then come across it and be like, oh yeah, this is fun, let's have some fun, and then I'll have some fun, and then I never really, you know, master using it, if you get what I mean. So I've been using it a lot more to just make interesting stuff with it, and especially for intros, it's just like so powerful. Hi from Ireland. Welcome, Evasion 23. So yeah, we might actually do some granular stuff today. See what happens. What should we make first? I'm just gonna get started making a kick drum because I feel like making a kick drum right now. Why is Serum opening up on my other screen? Come on. I feel like making a kick drum first, so that we have that at least. And do that. And let's set up some stuff. We need an 8-node, envelope mode, do that. And we're gonna do something like this. Something like that, maybe. I never feel like making a kick drum. I don't know, I like it. It's actually not that complicated once you really start knowing how to do it. Let's bring the attack all the way down so that we get like even a click if we have to. Let's put a little note in here so we can at least get started with that. What key are we gonna work in? I'm feeling E-ish. Why is that not doing anything? Oh yeah, of course, because the volume of the oscillator is all the way down. We need to assign that to here. Yeah, okay, good. So drum bass kicks are really short. Like honestly, most of the time about a 16-note length, so we'll just make an 8-note. And we can use that. I'm feeling E lately. I don't know why. I like E. Okay, that's sort of like a basis. Then we need another one. And do that, make it really quick. This is going to be our sort of like transient one. So we can assign that to, well, we could do the master tuning, or we can just do this one. I'm just going to honestly just LFO2, force pitch. And And I'll bring it quite high. And then I'll assign macro 1 to that. So we can call macro 1, that is our, what is that? Our transient or something like that. And we can bring this up. To get exactly how much we need. We can play around with that. Speed. And then we need another one. That is going to do more or less like the body kind of shape. So that one we can make. Let's do an 8 note as well. Like you can also do it in one LFO, but I kind of like to split that up. Makes it a little bit easier. Okay, so this is an 8 note. Let's do that. So that, remember, this is also an 8 note in length. And I have this little extra part here. So like where the kick decays. I'm just going to do something like this. Make like a... We can play around with this position later to kind of emphasize how much sub we get in the kick. And now we can start messing with this one here. And with this one. There you go. It's already a pretty decent kick. Now we can take the same for this one. We can, for instance, also raise this one up quite a lot. Set this to macro 2. And this is going to be our, what is that? Our body or something like that. And now we get control over both of them. Honestly, that's already pretty good. We can play around with that later. We could do another final one on a little bit of noise, honestly. Sometimes works. Maybe some stereo noise. Like you can use it in a couple of ways, actually. You can do a really quick one to emphasize the transient, like something like this. You get like an extra click. Or you could have one that is a little bit slower, maybe. And just mix it in lower. Something like that. And then as soon as you start, I don't know, maybe just adding a little bit of saturation. The one thing I hate about this saturator is that it doesn't is that there's no option to automatically gain compensate. That would be so good. But I guess we can just see if we bring this up, it starts sort of like distorting the tail quite a bit. That's what I said about coming back to this one and doing something like this. And then messing with these positions. This is to the volume of the sub, so you can kind of clean that tail up again by just bringing this down. As long as you don't bring it down all the way, because we need a little bit of level here to make sure that the kick ends on the pitch that where we want it to end on. You could make a macro for drive and volume. Yeah, exactly. I just like to just set up 2 for this. Sometimes I'll even do like the length and just work in Hertz mode for all of these envelopes and just do like one for like a total length of the kick. But honestly, most of the time, just something like this, which is just easier than messing with all of these points. You can just easily just change the range, right, like that. Or just, you don't have to go in here, mess with these sliders. You know, you can just go in here and work with these two. That's quite handy. But the other ones, I'll just keep this so I can just switch back and forth and mess with the shapes, because that's really gonna matter to how the kick sounds. Right? These are things that are really gonna matter, so a little bit too much drive though. We only need something like that. And then we could even mix it back in, but honestly, that's quite good. Actually, quite like that. We should probably do that with the high one, but doesn't matter too much. Okay, let's just not get distracted making a kick drum that sounds too that is like let's not spend an hour making kick drums. We have a kick drum. We can play around with it later. What should we get started with the track? Now I'm definitely feeling I've been making a piece of music for this audio thing that I also was working on. So one thing that I really noticed and I actually finished it quite easily, so that was a big achievement for me. I was kind of a little bit anxious about taking on this thing, because I had to make a piece of music, and you know how much I sometimes struggle with finishing a piece of music, especially quickly. But it all went fine, so that's good. Now, I started with the intro, like I always say, and I keep saying this, that it always works best for me if I just start with an intro. Because if I start with a drop, I make a drop, and then I start thinking, okay, it needs an intro. I start making an intro, and then the drop doesn't fit the intro that I come up with. That is kind of like the thing that always happens. So for me, starting with an intro makes the most amount of sense. Let's should we start with? Feeling adventurous. Let's grab Contact, maybe? Do a synth arp. We can do a synth arp in just a bit. I wanna get a little percussion thing going. Damage could work. Cussive kits. Ethnic drums, maybe? Just some, tribal drums. See what these patches sound like. Let's not do any compression. I will add my own compression if we have to. Is there some other stuff on here? No, there's no delays on here or anything. Okay, good. Grab that one. The ensemble. Let's see what that one has. We need something with a bit more higher stuff as well. Come on, give us a Woods menu, drums menu, epic organic drums. Do we have something in here? Epic drums and metal. That might have some cymbal stuff in it as well. Well, that's... Okay, do we have another kit? Something else? Action strikes. That should have some... I always forget which one is which. Is it the hits one or the instrument? The ensemble is not the one I'm looking for. I think it's the hits one. The one that has the single one-shots. Or is it? Oh yeah, I think it is. Which one are we going to use? Instrument. Yeah, the phrase is easy. The phrase is easy, yeah. We can do that, actually. That's going to save us a lot of time. Oh, wait, that's the ensemble. Oh, no, is it? Playback. True. The ensemble is the one that I normally would use for the... Oh, wait. Did I load the ensemble? Oh, no. There we go. Yeah, this one is the one that I would normally use. That one is just like... This one is so easy to use. Just hit something. You've got epic drums coming your way. But it's a little bit fast if you're using it in a drum and bass track. So that's why I always have this panel here at the top. I can close the browser down so it's a little bit smaller. This panel here at the top, the master editor. If you go here, you have this master thing. You can change the tempo of contact. So you can actually say, instead of 172, click external, double click here, and change it to 86. So now contact thinks that the project is running at 86 beats per minute, which is half of 172. So now if I play one of these, we get the right like speed. I think you can you also do it here? Oh, you can also do it here. Oh, nice. So then you can just do that. Yeah. Good call. Not every plugin has it. So some plugins don't have that half time thing. So for that reason, I always have this one as well. I don't think Heaviosity Damage, which is another library for percussion that I used a little in the past, I don't think that one had it. So it was like really annoying if you would use it in like a drum and bass beat project, because all the loops would just be like triggering super quick and you would just be like, this is unusable. And I knew about the whole half time thing in some libraries, and I was like, why don't they have it? And I was like, at some point somebody told me like, yo, you can actually change the master tempo of contact itself. And you can just, normally it syncs to the BPM, but you can just set it to half the tempo. And I was like, whoa, wait a second, where do you do that? I forgot who told me about it, but sorry if I forget. I would credit you if I remember it, but I don't know. It's been a really long time, but it's such a nice feature. It works for everything basically that is tempo synced in contact. So if you have, let's say, a library that has, I don't know, tempo synced melodic patterns in it or something, then you can do the same thing. Yeah, it's much easier because that way you can do it to basically any library that tempo syncs stuff. Like vocal libraries, for instance, the ones that have like patches in them that automatically tempo sync the vocals to the project tempo. Like if you're working in drum and bass and they've made the library on, let's say, something like 90-ish beats per minute or 100 beats per minute, then they're going to be super quick, and you might actually want to have them at half time so that they're, you know, a little bit better to use. And the vibrato doesn't get super crazy. Okay. Now, if I remember, these are just the full loops. Then here we got the low end. Here we got the mids. And here we got the high end. And that's exactly what we need, these high end bits for intro stuff. It's a little quiet. That's a bit big. Okay, let's get started. What is that key range? Yeah, this is the switches, but what is this key range? We need to find out. Okay, it's 1 octave above that. Then it starts around here. That's right? Yeah, okay, good. Yeah, exactly. I would do the same thing in the past. I would just go to the project tempo and just, make like, I don't know, save my project under a new version name, change my project tempo, make what I want to make, bounce that to audio, load back up the old version of the project, and I would save it as a new version in case I, for some reason, do something that completely wrecks the project and I can't get back to what I had before. Go back, load the samples in, and then you find out that you need an extra little bit that you didn't record, or you need a variation and you just can't make it work with the sample you have. So you need to go back to the other project and hopefully be able to make that variation in the slower speed, go back to your other... It's insane. I get you, mate. Exactly what I'm talking about. It's so annoying. Okay. Now, we have a couple of different things here, different, so like... That one's kind of cool. And we have, of course, all these different patterns that we can choose from. Let's do 4/4 patterns. No triplets. We want 8s or 16s. Oh, we can only select one. Let's go with yeah, let's go with 16s. Or combis. Yeah, let's just go 16s. I'm feeling that one. And what are these doing now? Yeah, see, so they're not triggering different patterns. We have to actually do that with these key switches right here at the bottom. What these are triggering are variations on the pattern. See? But that first one is probably good enough for what we want. We can try taking... I was gonna say, try taking the mid-range one as well, but that one is quite huge. It's a bit too huge for what I wanted. So we'll just use the top one. Let's also start naming stuff right away. Intro birds. Let's bring you down a bit. Now this one is going to be really quiet, but don't worry. Because I already have my limiter set up, if I'm correct. Yeah. So now the kick drum is also going to be quieter. Yeah, the kick drum was just going into the limiter quite hard as well. So we're going to have to do some processing on that one to make it loud enough. But we'll get to that part later. First, let's work on this section. Let's do maybe 8. Oh, we can do quite a bit. There's nothing more than just a limiter on the master that's boosting with 8 decibels, so that if I bring my drums group down to -8, and I make sure that on the group output itself, so let's say on the, just in the effects chain right here on the output, I make sure that my drums hit at 0, then I know that my drums are always going to be hitting at 0 as well on the master. Like, if I make sure that the drums hit at 0, and my group is at 0 as well, then they are hitting 0 on the master, right? And if I just put a limiter on there with no gain boost, it's not going to do anything, because the drums are just barely just touching the limiter, right? So if I then do the same thing, but to give myself a bit of headroom when I'm working, is bring it down your groups -8, and on the master, put an 8 decibel boost in your limiter. Now, I do this only for during the streams, basically, so that I have basically a reasonable level going into my master track. Because I know if I keep my drums group at -8 and my bass group sits at -8 or -9, depending on the track, then I know that if I mix everything else around that, I'm hitting sort of like -6 to -4 on the master, which is when everything is mixed together, which is a good reasonable level going into your master track. So that's just from like making music for a lot of years, just learning and analyzing other people's tracks and people that do this for a living, like mastering tracks and stuff like that, and what they, or like mixing down tracks, seeing how they do that, and then just seeing like, oh, they're doing actually similar things. Like, you can push everything really loud into the master track and then put a utility gain device on your master track and turn everything down with 8 decibels, and you're basically achieving the same thing. It's just that, and it's not going to matter, you know, if that's how you do it, that doesn't matter. You can do that just fine. It's just that at a reasonable, at a lower level, certain plugins just respond different to what you're feeding into it. Like if for instance with distortion, if you feed a sound that is 0 decibels into a distortion, or you feed the same sound -10 decibels into the distortion, it's going to have a completely different sound. And that's the only thing that you have to keep in mind. So that's why I like to just make sure that when I hit the master and I want to do some processing there to make everything, you know, loud, it's always nicer to have a little bit of headroom first, and then make it loud with something, if you get what I mean, as opposed to just hitting the master really loud and then just squashing everything off. But both ways work, of course. Doesn't really matter too much. There's a little bit of a lot of room sound on that drum. Is there an effect buzz in here? Probably is. Do we have... Oh, we have stuff on here. Do we have a reverb on it to... somewhere? We don't. There's no reverb. Oh, there is. There's just a lot of room sound in that recording. That's the cleanest I can get it. But we can also play around with it because we have other ones as well. That one is really loud. Just quickly check what we have. Yeah. Let's just go for that one for now. So I said E, right? Let's Yeah, let's just start really easily. It is what I mean. Now everything here is too loud, so I need to do this. Put it in a group, call that bass, and then make sure that is at -8 for now. I might bring it down more later, but... Like, the percussion is just so that we have a bit of rhythm, you know? We can always change it out for something else later. We just need something to give us a little bit of rhythm to start with. We can think about what we want to add. I'll drop that in the chat. Okay. We do some granular stuff. That's always fun. Grab a Quanta. So, the granular stuff, you can do a couple of things. You can throw like some random piece of music in there or some random sample. Like we can take sample pack vocals or something. That's always good. The ones that you normally never would use, this is a good moment to use them. Or if you want to just make something, you can also just write something in like with a synth. So let's, for instance, I think I have something that I made earlier in my samples. Let's do that. Yeah, something like... just like a guitar loop. Just something like that. Just take that, put that straight into Quanta. Take the level of the oscillator down because we don't want to hear that one. And just, like, this sample is in E minor. So we can just put a note on C3 right here. And the sample should still play back in E. Because we're throwing a sample in there, which is the key of E. Quanta doesn't do any pitch tracking or anything like that, so whatever key you put in is also what you're going to get out if you press a C3 note, or C2 or C4, of course. But that's just one thing you can remember. So now we already get... Quanta's really quiet. So let's boost this up. It's still quiet. So one thing that Quanta does is at the start it's a little louder. Now, I never see people do this, but here, look at this. This is your amp envelope. That's what it's doing. So what you can do is do this and do that. Now it's louder. Let's start messing with some stuff here. Let's give it a bit of randomness here. Let's give it a bit of random tune. Tiny bit. bit of random length. Let's give it a bit of random position. That one is going to be very subtle. And let's set it to random. One is actually really interesting. Yeah, it's actually quite interesting. So now we can go back into here. Now, currently, we're only getting one sort of like stream that's generating. Not sure why that happens. That happens every now and then. It just bugs out and there's just another dot happening there. I'm not sure why. And we can turn unison on and we can switch this to, let's say, 2. And now we get 2. It's getting quite loud. Let's back this down a bit. Now we get 2 separate grains. So like 2 generators basically generating grains that are all generating 25 grains per second, I believe that is. So that works, but I find that a little bit more complex samples tend to work even better. Like we can grab vocals, for instance. Vocals are always good for this kind of stuff. Let's say, do we have something in E minor? No, we don't, but we have F minor here. Let's grab something in F minor.
I won't waste my time.
Sure, put that in there. And can we tune it right here? We can. We can say -1, but this is in something else. So let's not do that. Let's just do this. Play a B note. Now it's in E. Can you make it play through and loop? Yeah, of course. Like you can go in here. You have more of these. So you can say do this. And then set this. You can sync it. So we can say do 1/2. And then connect this one to the position. So we need to click on matrix, click position, and then go FEG2. Do this. Or we can do it backwards, of course, which is, in my opinion, a lot more fun. Now, it's going to be quite messy if you do it very big amounts. Usually, you're really looking at something like 2, 3... Like, that already is so much... That's nice. So You can really do some mad stuff with that. We have a lot of random position. If we bring this down a bit, make it very subtle. Like I said, subtle things are very... I wish there was like... I wish there was a little thing when you bring this up that gives you a value. Because there's no value, see? And you really want to just bring it up ever so slightly to get a bit of randomness. I wish you could also give the... Maybe you can actually do that. Give the unison different sort of like modulations or randomness from each other. I'm not sure if it does that. Don't think so. Switch it up. It just feels like it's getting louder. Okay, random position needs to be up quite a bit. That's really gonna give us that nice cloudy kind of... Yeah, so that works really well. Or taking a whole piece of music, basically. I also have a folder of stuff like that. And I think... Yeah, I labeled one of the tracks that I recently sampled, and that one was in E, Phrygian dominant. So, E major Phrygian. Let's throw that in here. This is a Middle Eastern piece of music, actually. Just a piece of traditional Middle Eastern music. And the reason why I do this now is to show you what I mean. With more complex pieces of music are going to give you so much more interesting results than just a single sound. Like, this has vocals, and it has some kind of a Middle Eastern guitarist player. Just, you know, strumming some things on his instrument, and the vocalist is singing over that in like a traditional Middle Eastern style. And that kind of stuff is going to give you so much interesting textures, because it just, there's more information for Quanta to work with, and there's an instrument behind the vocals. So you're going to get the vocal texture, but behind it, you're also going to get parts of that instrument, which are often also playing some lower notes. So you might get some more like bass in the pad as well, which is really nice. Now, because this sample is longer, we might have to mess a little bit with the thing here. So we might have to do one. Or just not do that at all. Okay, we need reverb. We need reverb on this one. It just gives a lot more interesting textures because it has more interesting stuff to work with to begin with, you know? Quite a nice long reverb, probably. So this one, the sample is in E, so we can just put this on C, and we should be able to get the right notes out of this one. Like that stuff as well. what I just did there is I basically have a saw wave here that is just a saw wave, but without the first fundamental. So I can use that, and then we can theoretically even switch this one out for just a sine wave. Make sure that we have this one phase retriggering, so that is always going to be the right sort of like base. The base is going to be purely mono, and then all the white stuff is happening from that saw wave that's just sitting on top, but it has the first fundamental removed, so it's not clashing with this sine wave, and that way you get the best of both worlds. You get a nice wide breeze for your sub in your intros. That sounds like this. See? Nice amount of width, but look at that beautiful sine wave there. No phase cancellation on it whatsoever. It's just wiggling about a little bit, which is exactly what you want. Whereas if we do a saw wave here, let's just do in it all, and switch this to 15 voices, just for the heck of it. Do that. See what happens? We lose our bass. Because it's phase canceling. That's not what you want when you're making bass. So, good tip, just take a sine wave, take that as your bass, grab a standard saw wave, go in here, and just whip, bring this down. Like, if I bring this one back, it's gonna eventually look like a saw wave. See? There we go. Take that out. Boom. That's what you get. And now that by itself is just... It's a nice, big breeze. But no sub. And there you go. You can mix it back a little bit. This one is a little bit quiet, but... There you have basically a really big, but perfect breeze. That if we filter it down, it's going to give us a sine wave. That's how the big boys do it as well most of the time. When you see it in tracks, you're analyzing the track and you're like, wow, why is their sub so powerful? Like, yeah, you can high pass your bass and layer a separate sine wave underneath it, but this is so much cleaner. Like, there's no conflicting stuff happening because you're just making it like that right from the start. I actually think I like the vocal more, the one that we had before, because it just had that really interesting part. We have to do a little bit more random on this one. Do we have a master level here? Yes, we do. Yeah, I had that thing going in the matrix. I know I had that thing on the position, which was this one with 3.
I won't answer you.
And you can either start messing with this, like you can also just play this as an instrument now. You can say, like it's only going to be a little bit annoying now because this is playing an E. No, it's not playing an E. It's playing an F. We need to bring this one down a semitone. But that is playing an E, but we're having a B note, so we might want to adjust the tuning in Quanda to make that sort of like perfect. It's actually quite easy, I think. Oh no, it has that weird sort of like thing here. I'm not sure if there is like a master tune transpose for the sample. It is probably this one, but as you can see, it scales in like, what is that? Probably cents, but can we lock it to perfect? Doesn't seem like we can. So that's going to be really annoying playing around with that. You could add a pitch MIDI effect. Yeah, true. That's what I was actually gonna go for next. Take a pitch MIDI effect, put that in front of Quanda, and just say like, okay, if this is a C note, right? It's playing an F. So that's that. We want it to be a C. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 down, obviously. So we can say -5 on this one, or +5. -5, +5. I'm not sure. I think -5. We should do. Yeah. Now it's playing C. And then we can bring that to E. Play it melodically. If we find something that is, of course, playing the right pitch, that's... See, now, it doesn't always work, because it depends on what you feed into it. So let's, now we have this set up though, so we can just throw in whatever sample we had before it. I think it was Waste My Time 1. That was a sample that we had. Let's just grab this long note again. I'm just looking for positions where it sounds good. Now that is an area where we have two really interesting parts really close together that sound really interesting. That one. And then that one. And then there's more stuff around here somewhere. that one. Really clean. That part sounds a little strange. That one also. Yeah, that part. This. Those three are the ones, in my opinion. So you can see how this is such a powerful technique for like sound design. It's gonna give you so many interesting sounds. Hey Artifacts, do you have any advice on how to do final mixdowns? Turn everything down, first of all. Just turn everything down. At least if you are not happy with where the mix is at now. That's the whole thing. I'm assuming that that's where you are at. That you're just at the point where you're working on a track and you don't like what the mix sounds like at all. Turn everything down. Start turning up the most important elements. So in this case, probably in the case of drum and bass or electronic music, is going to be your kick and snare. That's going to be the backbone of your entire track, especially in the drop, right? So those elements are most of the time going to be the loudest and they're going to be the most important. So bring those up first. Raise up the kick and snare to the level where you want them to be. In my case, like I always advise, -8 decibels. If you have your kick drum and your snare drum hitting at -8, and then mix your bass around that, which is probably going to be around -8 as well, maybe -9, so that you have a little bit of sort of like loudness coming from the drums that are a little bit louder than the bass, so that you can push it into the limiter and just clip those drums a little bit. That's fine. And then just mix everything around it from there. Make sure that the bass and the kick and snare are hitting at the right level, and then just use your ears from that moment on. Don't care about the levels at that moment on, because your bass and your drums are going to be the loudest in the mix and the most important in the mix to be at the right level. And from there, it's all just the taste, basically. You just start messing with the levels and bringing things up and saying like, and especially if you turn everything down first, you can start bringing up the elements in how important they are. And you might even notice that at some point you've turned up like 3/4 of all your instruments and you're going like, hey, you know what? It actually already sounds quite full right now. Do I really need those last quarter of instruments that I decided to add or layer on top of things because I thought it didn't sound interesting enough? Maybe I just don't need those at all because it already sounds pretty good right now. And that's something you want to do as well. Like by doing that and just thinking about it in which element is most important for the track and then working from that way first and doing those elements first and then work down to the more less important stuff, you know, the little ear candy things that you added or that little extra effect sweep that you added somewhere, that noise sample that you dragged in because you thought that transition needed a little bit of extra noise. You know, it's really easy to at some point start adding too many things because you think the track sounds not good enough, but in reality it's just a mixdown that needs work. And it's something, and that's something that I fall into all the time. So don't hate yourself because of it, because we all have it. It's just, you gotta realize it at some point and then go to yourself, okay, wait a second, I'm not getting anywhere with this track anymore from now on. Maybe it's just not this that I need to work on, you know? Okay, so let's say we're gonna have the bass coming in here. What is this? Is this 16? Yeah, okay. 16 bass coming in here with that one. There's obviously going to be more stuff happening here in this section. Not sure if those are going to continue. Let's just continue them for now. They might be cut out at that point. So we're going to have some other stuff happening here. And then this is going to come in. Then the kick drum is probably going to be there. -8, -9 dB it is for now on. Yeah, I mean, that's just a good level. And that's just what I learned from analyzing other electronic music. Especially when it comes to drum and bass. Because most of the time, that's the stuff what I do. Just by analyzing drum and bass, I just find that that's usually the level everything is. Like, if you look at a drum and bass track, just at the waveform itself, it already tells you a lot of stuff about the level of the sub. Just zoom in and look at what the oscillation of the sub is doing and how loud that is compared to the drums. And most of the time you'll see that's exactly the same level. So that is obviously because it's been limited, but it's also because people just craft their tracks that way. You know, they make their bass as loud as they can and then sidechain as much as they need to make room for the drums without losing too much for the bass. And it's sort of like a balance you have to find between that, to get like the loudness that you want. And I find that those are the values that work the best for me, at least. And I hear so many other people giving similar values. Some people might go a little bit lower, you know, say like, oh, I do -10 instead of -8. It doesn't really matter, you know. That really doesn't matter. What matters is the balance. What matters is the balance between the elements, and it's not what level you start off at. You can start off at -20 decibels. Set your drums to that, and the only one that matters in a way is the first thing that you set, which is, like I advise to do, your drums, your main drums, your kick and snare. Those are going to be the loudest in the mix. That's going to be the one that matters, because that is the one that dictates all of the other levels that you're going to set after that. So whichever one you pick doesn't matter though, because you're working in 32-bit floating point, so it doesn't matter at all. You can have it at 0 and clip everything and then turn everything down at the master, and it's not going to give you any issues. It's just whatever you feel comfortable with. Yeah, exactly. I do it as well. I would rather turn it up later than turn it down, you know? And it's just because some plugins respond different to really loud levels. You can always boost something going into it. So why not just... I guess the same can be said for the other way around, though. You can always turn something down before sending it into something, so it doesn't really matter. Like I said, it really doesn't matter. So we'll probably have some stuff happening here. Not sure what. Some stuff that we'll introduce here. We'll see. The kick is really quiet. We need to beef this bad boy up. Let's just grab a Pro L. Put that on here. Let's grab my kick preset. That should be good enough. Just do 8. I can also just grab this one. Yeah. Okay, I'm gonna set up a sidechain real quick as well, because we're gonna need that. So let's just I need to set up a new sidechain thing, because I keep making this every time I do a stream. Let's set this one to 1 millisecond. Initial all the way up. Then decay is gonna be, peak is gonna go all the way down. Sustain is gonna go all the way down, and decay doesn't matter. We just have a 1 millisecond click here. That's all we want. Super short. I like to use the noise looped, because then I can kind of find one that not going to use this, by the way, one that has like a good level, and I can also change the pitch of the noise, which is kind of nice. So just grab this. Oh yeah, another thing. Let's set us up for like easier working down the line, let's set this to C3. And I'm going to do the same thing for all of these. So I need to figure out how much I need to change the pitch with. C3. We want an E0. So that is 3 octaves down. And then 4 up. Yeah. Holy shit, my brain is fucking not helping me at the moment. 3 octaves down, that is, yeah, of course, minus 31, that's what we need. So minus 31, and then we can just have a C3 note in all of these clips. So that we can just always have our sidechain and the other one having the exact same pitch, which is good. The same MIDI note, I should say. So that I can just have that click here. Let's boost the level a bit. Click is hitting at 0. And you can see at the oscilloscope here that it's only at the positive side of the waveform, which is a little bit weird. Maybe if we bring this one up to there, set this to 1, so that we basically have a 1 millisecond thing here that just stays at 1 millisecond. Or at the loudest level. And then we're going to have the decay 0.001. Yeah, that turns into 1 millisecond as well. So we have basically just a 2 millisecond click now. Now it's at basically both sides. And we give it a little bit more time. But we also have the phase here. And now, yeah, so that way we have just a nice click that happens loud on both the positive and negative side of the wave. I'm not sure if that really matters, but just to be safe. I should save this one, but I'll do that after the stream. We can do this, drag that above the kick. Okay. And then on the bass group, we'll add a little bit of sidechain. That's where we're going to need it most. Yep, that's working. Okay, good. Let's copy this one. That's going to be the one that we later are going to need for a snare drum. We can just have that one there for later. Let's loop this section. Need some hats, some extra hats at least. Yeah, sure. Let's go date for a change. What do we get? Oldest ones. Holy shit. Hats from 1995. They do be sounding like hats from 1995. I like that one. Yeah, you just need to right click on this thing right here and you've got like all these different things. Rank is quite interesting as well. If you want to find samples that you've never used before, click on the rank thing. Do that. And now it gets these bars. The longer this bar, the more often you've used that sample. So you can click this, and now I can see this is my most used hat sample. See? So we can also just go and click it again. And now these ones I've never used before, which is a shit ton. So yeah, that's another way of doing things. It's quite helpful actually. If you want to find the kick drum that you've used most often, or the bass or whatever, you can just do that. You can of course also do this in a single folder, like I'm doing it in the all results right here, right now, but you can do it also in single folders. So if you just want to find like, oh, these are my own samples and I want to find which one I've used the most and then use one that is not that one, you know, to make things different, then that's great. It's helpful. A lot more interesting. Want a hat that's nice and short. Has a lot of high end. Oh, maybe one here. I have for some reason a couple of duplicate folders on my sample folders, which is a little bit annoying. It needs to be something pretty sharp sounding. No loop. Oh yeah. It's kind of good. So, what are we gonna use for the bass here in the intro? Dun, dun, dun. Yeah, maybe we should just do what I was doing, right? That's also cool. Make sure we have a little glide between those notes. We don't get any clicks. Now this is still in the key of E major Phrygian, I think. No, this is not E major Phrygian. This is just E minor. Even though we're almost not playing the note E. Or we are... Could be that we are in F sharp Phrygian now. For some reason. Which is a mode of that whole thing that we were using, but... we'll figure it out. We'll see what we'll do. See if we can find some samples to fill this up with and make it interesting. Do I have something in here? Always gonna help. Adding a little bit of noise on that first part where the bass comes in. So we get... And we'll have to play around with that vocal one. See which notes are gonna work. I don't like that bass thing. I like what we had earlier more, which was just B down to E. Although, I wish it was quicker in a way. We can do that. Yeah. That's good. It's not major Phrygian though. It's minor Phrygian. Regular Phrygian. But that's good. Major Phrygian would be this. You see what that sounds like? Because that's what the sample is in of the vocal. Or that granular thing. Sounds a little bit weird though. Let's go regular Phrygian or E minor. I'm not sure yet. I mean the sample works on that, so... I have another change happening in this one at the end here. See, I don't want it to stick too long on that high B note. Like 2 bars. Let's start messing with that vocal first. Now, let's we're gonna automate that position that we have here. So this one, if I move this, is it automatable right away? It is. Nice. So we can literally just start messing with this. And that's where the vibe is gonna go. That's how we're gonna get the cool stuff. That one sounds good. Somewhere around here. Now, for now, I'm gonna make a change right here. Now let's see which one we need. Is sick. 0.43, guys, remember, 0.43 sounds fucking awesome. We need to remember that, because it's not the right one for this. But for this section, it needs to happen somewhere at the end. Although, see if we mess with this one a little bit as well. So we get... Yeah, that F note can come in maybe somewhere in the end. For now, I'm actually gonna just make them like this. Because I think that's actually gonna sound better. If we're just switching it straight on the beats, like that. We can also do it different later, but for now, this is also gonna make it a little bit easier for us. So in here, we want to have some change happening at the end here. I'm not sure which note are we getting there. If we are in E minor, is that C sharp? I think it is. Could be wrong. Oh, I'm wrong. Should be C. See what C sounds like after that. Yeah, that's gonna work. Just make these all loud. Just a little tiny change is already going to make a huge difference here. So how that transitions back into the first part. Listen. That transition doesn't sound good, but listen to how this one transitions back into the first one. Perfect. So we need to end on that one. Maybe do a little thing here where it moves a little over time. Start a little bit higher. Okay, I'm feeling this one. And I'm also feeling the other one right here. But can we do that again? Oh yeah, something like that. Do that. We can do this. Take that. Move that entire section to here. Then we just need something for this. Do you hear that last part now? That's great. It's all about tweaking and making it all sound right on the bass notes basically, and find like parts that work. But the more you spend on it, and we haven't even started messing with all the other parameters in Quanta. I'm feeling this one needs to be different. This one right here. Maybe just like slightly different, like that. So we have that, and then we have... It's a little bit different, a little bit messier maybe, but it's gonna add a slight variation. Maybe... What if we do the same thing here? Woo! Maybe we should do that here as well. So just moving this one. So we're gonna remove these, move that one to here, that one to there, and that one to here. So we have the same thing, but then we end it different. And we can even say, well, we want to transition here. We can do that. So it goes a little bit smoother in that section. Because it's such a subtle jump. It's so nice. Okay, that last one, I'm still not happy with it, but we're getting somewhere now. Something like that on the end. Not sure yet what we'll do at the end there. Oh yeah, we have a B at the start of that thing. That's not going to be nice. C is going to work well going into that B, so... It sounds completely out of time every time I do that. I was all the time, I was like, why does that sound so weird? We need to just freeze this one, this intro perks thing. Because depending on where I start playing, that's where the loop from Contact is going to start. So if we just freeze this right now, don't flatten it, just leave it frozen. We can just start wherever we want. And we get the right pattern. That'll do for now. We can always come back to it later. I'm still not liking that last part, but let's duplicate this. Let's duplicate that. Let's keep going. I feel like the intro is gonna be up until here, and then we're gonna get like a little section of build, and then we'll hit the drop right there. That's what I'm feeling. Okay, now we need to unfreeze this thing again. Do that. Freeze it again. Now we need to figure out what we're gonna do in that first part of the intro. Need something that's going to give it sound that we're after. To introduce what's coming after it. Because this is going to start quite abruptly. it work on those higher notes. Yeah, it does work, but it needs something in front of it. Like, it doesn't need something much, but it needs something tonal. Yes, totally gonna have. Yeah, probably have it filtering in this first section. It's probably going to be nice. Or we can have it open on the first part, then filter it in the second part. This one, let's just do that, reverse this and put that here. So we're just gonna have a reverse one as well, coming back up to really add that tension here. Bum 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 bum. Bum, 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 bum. I don't know. Something like that. We're gonna get something after that coming in. We're gonna go big on this one, I feel. This asks just for a big drop, right? I'm not sure what is gonna go here though. Now this is obviously warped. If we do that, yeah. Okay, that's annoying, right? Now you have to adjust this and it's probably not going to be exactly on the grid. Oh, for some reason it is. Well, that's a miracle, but normally it doesn't do that, right? So that's annoying, right? You know how you want to do this so it actually retains the time and unwarp it and not have to adjust it like you normally would and zoom in all the way and try and make that work? The fuck is going out outside? There's a megaphone shouting shit. Strange. There's a vehicle outside, but that's all I see. I heard a megaphone, like police screaming through a megaphone or something, saying to people, "This is your last warning." So something like that. I don't know. No, we went into a quote-unquote mild lockdown. It's a lockdown that isn't really a lockdown. Like usual, our government hasn't learned. Our government really hasn't learned anything in this whole situation. This whole first few waves of pandemic that we had, where they just responded way too lax at first, and then they realized later on, you know what? Maybe we should have been a little bit more strict right away. And now, and then we're dealing with the whole fucking shit that happens afterwards, right? Because of their own incompetence of just acting when they have to, and instead they're talking to each other. Yeah, but what if this happens and that happens? No, just fucking do it and then see what happens afterwards. You know, like, fucking hell, haven't you learned right now? So now they're trying to do something again because the numbers are rising again, and for a while it was only the cases that were going up with COVID. But now it's also that the hospital cases are going up. The amount of deaths per day is rising as well. So it really looks like that trend is also going along with it again. So they have to take measures again. Now they're going to take a measure. Supermarkets need to close at 8 p.m. and I think bars as well need to close at 8 p.m. So basically it's not a fucking lockdown. You can still do any fucking thing that you want. As long as you're vaccinated, of course. You can do whatever you want. But it's just everything closes at 8 p.m. Which my supermarket already closed at 8 p.m. They never went back open to later than 8 p.m. after the whole lockdown ended. So nothing basically changed. It's just they just don't get it, you know. Now they do something again. They say it's a mild lockdown, but it's no fucking lockdown. It's not a fucking lockdown. They're not doing anything. They're just too scared to fucking act. That's what it is. Like usual, you know. They're too scared for the repercussions if they make a mistake, which I kind of get it, but in this day and age, you know, but if that's the case, then why are you there as a politician? Because those should be the people that look beyond that and say, you know, fuck it, this is the more important thing right now. We need to make this decision, and I don't care what anybody thinks about it. And we can talk about the stuff later. And if I made a mistake, then I made a mistake. You know, that's why you're a politician. So, I don't know. It's just, we'll see what's going to happen here. For now, it looks like the cases are rising, and they're doing this mild lockdown thing to, well, people are getting hope because of it that they're going to be able to meet with each other during Christmas. That's the whole thing. But I have my doubts, seeing how everything is going right now. So, if these cases keep rising like they do now, and the hospital cases keep rising, with the New Year's Eve coming up, when everybody wants to go outside like usual again, that they haven't been able to. Well, they have been able to, but because last year police said there's no fireworks celebrations and you can't fire fireworks. The entire village here was firing fireworks. It was like, okay, whatever, this doesn't work, clearly. Yeah, it's just ridiculous the moment what is going on. I read a description on a girl dating website today, and she wrote, I prefer a man that's not vaccinated. Like, what have we fucking come to? Holy shit. Yeah, why would that be a problem? It's not like you're gonna get a fucking STD that only vaccinated people can transmit or something. Like, I don't get what's up with these people sometimes. But it comes from both ways, you know. It's like the pro-vax people and the anti-vax people, they're equally as fucking ridiculous in this conversation most of the time. It's just like I always say, there's no room for nuance in discussions these days. It's always left or right. It's always black or white. It's always, you're either racist or you're not. It's like, there is no middle ground anymore. And that's what drives this whole division of society. It's just, I just don't get that people don't see it. Well, most people do, smart people do, but the vocal, dumb people don't. And it's really not helping us. Look at fucking YouTube, but they're removing the dislike count button. By the way, let's have a little test. Can you guys see the dislike count? I want to know, because I still see the dislike count on every video that I watch. But I see a whole bunch of people saying in the comments that I can't see it. So it seems YouTube is actually rolling it out, but I don't see it yet. So, but it's the same thing, right? With the whole dislike count being public, being a bad thing according to YouTube. Like, what the hell is going on? It's a fucking feature almost everybody on YouTube uses to gauge what kind of video they want to watch, especially in the whole tutorial field and the educational thing that I do. Like, if you come across a tutorial that has a shitload of dislikes, you know, I probably don't want to watch this tutorial. Or maybe I want to watch it for shits and giggles and then write a negative comment so that I can make an informed decision, but at least you are informed. But now they think, oh, it's hurting small creators. As if YouTube fucking cares about small creators. Fuck off. Like, fuck off. Your whole business model is making money off of big companies and big YouTube channels. That's your whole business model. Don't come off with this shit now that you're caring about small creators. Like, if that was the whole thing, then you should have not implemented a whole bunch of features that you implemented over the years that have actually driven small creators into mental insanity quite a few times. But they just don't see that. Like, there's one good example, like the thing that they added recently to the YouTube dashboard. Let me actually fucking switch to this because we're getting into rant mode, I feel, and this is actually quite something that I care very deeply about. See, the thing that YouTube decided to add recently, and everybody who runs a YouTube channel knows this, when you log into your YouTube dashboard, there's this one little list of, I think it's 10 videos, and it basically tells you your last 10 videos, which video did the best and which video did the worst. Now, to some people like you or just YouTube viewers, you might think, well, that's quite helpful, right? Because you can see if your video did better. Yeah, true. But if you know a little bit about the YouTube algorithm and how it works, then you actually know that that statistic, what that list tells you, is crucial to how your next video is going to be recommended to other people. So if your latest video did really well, let's just say you're on a good roll and you do 3 videos in a row that all 3 videos are in the top 3 of that list. Now the chance is pretty much, well, 9 out of 10 that your next video is going to perform worse than that video. Well, maybe not 9 out of 10, but 7 out of 10. Every time you get videos more that are high up in that list, the higher is the chance that the next video is going to perform worse. And the moment you get to that moment, your next video is going to be recommended less. And that is probably going to kickstart a little period where your videos are not going to be watched as much because YouTube is not recommending them as much. And it's this cycle that goes up and down. And YouTube decided it's going to be great to just display that on the dashboard when you log in as a creator, so that you are reminded of it every single time you log in. And then they come with this shit now. Yeah, we care about the mental health of small creators. Fuck off. You've been doing so. You've been educating people to be looking deeply into their analytics page, to consume every little bit of detail of their content and find out how to read these statistics and know why their video did better than this other video or how they can improve their stuff. You've been teaching people to look into these things that are fundamentally going to make them, feel fucked up if their video doesn't perform well. And then you come with this change and then play it in a way as if like, it's for the small creators' mental health. And then the whole thing is also, it makes no sense. Like, we want to make sure that small creators, if they get a bunch of dislikes, whatever the reason for the dislike is, right? Because it could just be that the video isn't good, right? But they're saying like small creators are getting dislike bombed quite a lot. I haven't seen it, to be honest. I've been asking around big creators, trying to find out. Pretty much nobody I know really knew of a good big example of people, of small creators that have been affected by this. We can come up with a lot of channels though. Anything YouTube posts themselves gets a ton of dislikes. But hey, maybe that's just because they've been fucking creators over for years and years, Maybe that's just the case. Anything government channels seem to release gets a ton of dislikes because people are tired and sick of all that political bullshit. And when they're on YouTube, they don't want to watch that shit, so they dislike it. Or a tutorial is bad, and it just gets a bunch of dislikes because of that. And hey, that's actually quite helpful if you then can see how much dislikes it have, right? So it just, I don't get it. Yeah, remember the YouTube Rewind had 19 million dislikes, boys, because soon you'll be going to the video and only thing you'll see is that it has 3 million likes. But hey, I'm actually gonna ask you guys, go to the video and dislike it now if you haven't yet, because it would be great if we can bring it up to 20 million before they hide it for everybody. I can still see it, and by this point, the last time I checked, it was 19 million dislikes. Absolutely perfect. And even the video that they posted, the update on the YouTube Creators channel, they posted an update about this whole thing. In the first, I would say, this makes me suspicious too. They posted an update video about this on the YouTube Creators channel, and within the first hour or so, the first 2 hours, it got a ton of likes, like 5,000-6,000 likes in the first hour or something. And after that, the likes just kind of stopped increasing, and they still increased a little bit, but very slowly from that moment on. And from that moment, the dislikes just started rising. And the last time I checked, it had like something like 20,000 dislikes versus a couple of thousand likes. And I was like, fuck you, YouTube. There you go. The creators have fucking spoken. And I've said this on my Twitter as well. I posted the whole thing with a couple of images with text on it because I couldn't be asked to write it in an entire Twitter thread. With just how I think about it, because it just makes no fucking sense. It's the government point you made. Exactly. It's big corporations, big governments, big Chinese state-sponsored media channels, you know, those kind of things that are pushing their propaganda bullshit on YouTube, that are pushing their shitty movies on YouTube, that are this cookie-cutter formula TV bullshit that everybody escaped to YouTube from. You know, everybody that hated all this bullshit TV shows that you don't care shit about went to YouTube. All the young kids went to YouTube for that reason. Because YouTube was this website with this slogan, broadcast yourself, remember? They didn't remove that for no fucking reason. This is exactly why. These days, it's those big TV show channels again that are now basically grabbing a whole ton of the revenue that could be going to individual creators, you know? And that's why people dislike that content. They don't like it. They don't want to see that shit. And YouTube then twists it around and says it's for the small creators or whatever bullshit. We all know it's not. You know? We all know it's not. There's so many other reasons that would make so much more sense in this whole discussion than the point that they brought up. Because if it's for the mental health of small creators, then why are you just making it invisible to the public eye? If people are gonna mass dislike a video because some group of trolls from Twitter or Reddit or 4chan finds a video and wants to go nuts at it, then the creator is still gonna see that in their dashboard. So how is that gonna help them with their fucking mental health? It's still gonna hit them just as hard. And in fact, it's now going to force these people that want to express their negativity to the comments, which inevitably is going to mean even more fucking bullshit that you're going to have to go through and going to have to be able to withstand. So they're only making it worse. So how is this for the small creators? And if this is all for the creators, then why aren't you listening to the creators that are saying that they don't want this? Literally, if you look at the post, on whichever platform they've posted about this, on Twitter, on YouTube, they posted on the YouTube developers, Google developers website thing. Every single place, the only people that are responding, it's all people that are saying, this is bullshit. Why are you doing this? We don't want this. The biggest creators on the platform making videos, and everybody is saying the same thing. And YouTube just goes, well, we are doing this for the creators. No, you're not. Don't fucking fool us. We don't believe that fucking lie, and we know it. Everybody knows it. It's just, you're making money off of big channels that are giving you the most amount of views, and the channels that seem to, well, meet the algorithm are the ones that are, well, spreading this bullshit formula kind of content that nobody really wants to see, but they kind of trick you in watching it because of a flashy thumbnail and a good title. And before you know it, because it's a formula that works so well into tricking your brain to watch it, before you know it, you've spent a couple of hours watching bullshit. And that's how the whole algorithm works. And YouTube is just playing into that, because the more people do that, the more money they make. That's how simple it is. So, yeah, it's just... it's fucking amazing. But that they had the audacity to make the video and actually explain it in this way, that's actually beyond me. Like, I don't even get it. Whatever keeps the viewer on the website the longest. Exactly. And the more time you spend watching that video, the more money they make. Your views are worth money. So, yeah, the more time you spend on the website, the better. And if they can keep you hooked in some kind of formula content that seems to trick your brain into actually keep watching it, even though you really deep down don't want to watch it because it makes no sense and it doesn't get you anywhere, and it's not really, it's not really good enough to be labeled like good entertainment either. It's just something that is just enough for your brain to be kind of interested. And there's literally so much of that content on YouTube these days, because that's what the algorithm wants. And I don't like it. I absolutely hate that shit. And this is the same thing with how the entire YouTube website is going. Like, if you search for something, the first couple of search results are like related to what you've searched for, and from that moment on, it just turns into your recommendations instead. Have you noticed that? Just search for something on YouTube, and then just check what happens in the search results. Back in the day, you would get lists upon lists of videos of things that were whatever you searched for. Now, you search for something, 5 videos or something like that are going to be related to what you searched for. And if the video you want to watch is not within those 5, then you're screwed. Because from that moment on, it's going to get into recommendations and things. Hey, you might want to watch this. No, I don't. I would search for something else. It's just so weird. It's so annoying what they're doing. And it's just slowly morphing into just this weird platform, I guess, that doesn't even understand itself anymore. Because the creators definitely want something different than what they're moving into. But they're just not listening. Like usual. I mean, tell us something new. But you would think over time they would kind of start thinking a little bit. But hey, we are not the ones who are paying them, right? The advertisers are. We are just supplying the content that they can put ads on. That's what we are doing. So, I don't know. It's a tough situation, but we got distracted. Holy shit. I was gonna explain how you can unwarp this thing while not changing the time of it. Or at least, like, if I unwarp this now, see how it's like that, and we have to readjust it, and we have to zoom in and get it right. That's annoying, right? Do this. Reverse it first. So, we're gonna... Where's the reverse button? There. Reverse, bam. Unwarp, drag this down to here, reverse again, bam. Woo! No, money is king. Yeah, actually, absolutely. And see, that's the point. Like, there will always be people uploading content to YouTube, and they know it. So, even if they piss their creators off, even if those creators do decide to leave the platform, there's always going to be new people, because there's then going to be people who think, hey, all those big creators are now gone. That means now I have a chance. And people are going to jump in. That's how the shit works. So they know that they can fuck creators over and do things that the creators don't want because they can get away with it. There's no real competitor to YouTube that is just as big, that allows you to do the things you can do on YouTube. Like, Twitch got kind of close with the whole streaming thing, but they're miles and miles apart from things that YouTube does in other fields. So it's just like, you know, it's just gonna keep going like this, and they're probably just gonna move forward with this whole thing. Because I'm seeing people saying that they can't see the dislikes anymore, so I'm like, okay, well, that means they're actually gonna fucking do it. We'll see though. We'll see if it's gonna last. I'm already sure what's gonna happen. We're gonna see this in the comments. People are just gonna write a comment. Yo, I'm your new dislike counter. Like this video or like this comment to show your dislike. And people are just gonna dislike that comment, and we're just gonna rate show the like count that is on public display. That's what's gonna happen until they make the like count private as well or remove it completely. Like, where's this shit gonna end? Are you just gonna keep going and at some point say like, oh, now everybody is trashing at people in the comments. Now we're gonna make all comments private. Like, where's this shit going? Where are you gonna end? You know? It's just like, do something about the actual problem then. You're not fixing the actual problem. You're just putting a band-aid on something and then hope that it doesn't switch to something else. But you knew way too well that it's gonna switch to the comments. That's just what's gonna happen. People are just gonna post the most vile shit in the comments instead, you know? And then the other thing that they said, oh, I couldn't fucking stand that one. Yeah, well, some people were talking about it's gonna make it harder to spot scams and all that kind of shit, which is true. Like, honestly, people, creators, uploaders of videos can already hide comments or remove comments that they don't like. You can even block certain words. You can shadow ban people that post negative shit about your video so that they can still type their comment and send it. Nobody else is just going to see it, but they don't know that. So you can do things like that as a creator. The only thing you don't have influence over, though, is that dislike count. Well, you can hide it, but that kind of looks kind of sus if you hide it, right? So people are going to be like, hey, what's going on here? And then they're going to go to the comments. And if they don't see any negative comments there, then they're going to go like, either this is just good or something is off here. And especially if that dislike count is hidden, right? So, yeah. And then now you're just going to get the fucking comments. Now you're just going to go to the comments. That's just what's going to happen. And then this whole thing like, well, if you see scams, you should report it to us. I was like, what? Wait, what the hell? There's actually a Dutch channel, which is recently, it's not even that old. It's a pretty recent channel, and they're spreading a lot of misinformation, basically, around everything going on, whether it's COVID, vaccinations, all the shit around the government. They're twisting shit into things that are far from the truth. They're just spreading misinformation, and the comments on their channel are like this hotbed of people just riling each other up, and there's like people posting vile fucking shit about some of our politicians, like, you know, just stuff that you don't say about people, you know, that just fucking, you're taking it a couple steps too far. Just fucking people that are basically lunatics. And I have reported that channel, everything that they uploaded up until this point, and I've done that for like a month or so. Now, first of all, there's no option in the whole report section for choosing an option for like misleading content or misinformation or anything like that. There's nothing in that list that even is remotely close to that. So I'm not even sure how you want to report that adequately to them if there's not even a fucking option for it. So you have to choose a random other option and then explain that it's about something else and hope that they do something. They haven't done shit. That channel is just able to get like 100, 200,000, 300,000 views and just spread this misinformation and rile people up and do that week in, week out. And it's not even labeled with anything like, hey, this spreads misinformation, or hey, this has been doing this and this and this. And they're not doing anything about it. So what are you going to tell us then? Well, if you see something that's not right, you should report it. This is obviously not right in this day and age, and it's definitely not helping what is going on. You're not doing anything about it. There's not even an option to properly report that kind of shit because you don't... I don't know. There is a help page about it, and the help page just explains that their policy is to not allow this kind of misleading stuff that doesn't work and that's not helping us in this day and age, and that they do their best to remove everything. Okay, but how do we report it then to help you? Or are you just not interested in doing it when we report it to you, so you just don't give us an option to? See, it's just like there's so much things YouTube could be doing that are so much more important than what they're doing now. I'm not even gonna name the channel because I don't want to give them any publicity. I'm not gonna give you a name at all. There's too many of those channels anyway, so. But yeah, it's like it's just stuff like that. Like, why are you doing this? Why are you not doing stuff that actually is gonna help the platform? Why are you gonna do something that makes no fucking sense? The creators themselves are getting mad over and telling you not to do. They actually wrote a post about this whole change about the dislike count. They wrote a post about it earlier. I think it was on Twitter, and they wrote this post about how they did some experiments with it, and it seemed to really work, and blah 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 blah. And they were gonna go and test some things out. But don't worry, we're not removing anything, we're not changing anything. And everybody was like, yeah, well, whatever, YouTube, you're fucking crazy if you're gonna move on with this. And every big creator said something like, you're not gonna do this, and if you do, then you are absolutely out of your mind. And nobody thought that they were gonna actually move through with it. And now suddenly they actually do. And everybody is like, what? Even then people were telling them, don't do this. Don't do this. Yeah, it's just I just go to those videos to report them every time they release one. And sometimes I do try to watch at least a bit to at least be able to report it in a way that I can show and give them like timestamps. Here, look what they're saying here. This is basically just factually wrong, and they're using it to basically rile people up against the government or rile people up against vaccinated people, because they obviously are the ones who believe that that vaccinations are absolutely crazy and are gonna kill you, and I don't know. So it's like, yeah, whatever. Like, if you don't even listen to your reports then and don't act on them, because I've had a few reports about that channel which just basically just proved that they were absolutely spreading misinformation that is just out of your mind, that they're twisting people's words, or twisting words of what happens in our country, right? It's just, and YouTube just does nothing. So, and then they come with, yeah, we want to give everybody a platform. Ah, so that's why you don't do anything. We want to give everybody a voice. Okay, so that's how we know. Which pretty criminal, yeah. In a way it is. I mean, it's their obligation to do something about this stuff, and they are clearly not doing it. Every now and then they ban a couple of people and they ban a couple of channels, but they're clearly letting other ones exist, you know, and just do their stuff. And I don't know. It's this weird thing, because a lot of times people accuse YouTube of being this very leftist kind of thing that wants a certain sort of like ideology to be spread. But on the other side, I see a lot of these other more right-wing channels just being freely to spread their bullshit as well. So that's not really going well with me. I'm not like, I don't think YouTube is doing that. It's just like, whatever. They should go to BitChute. Holy shit, there's so much fucking crap on that website. I looked on it a couple of times, but holy shit. Yeah, we got in a little bit of a rant about the YouTube dislike stuff and everything that's wrong with the current state of YouTube. Yeah, it all comes down to that. YouTube wants money. And the more money they have, the better. I don't even like that vocal, so he's gonna find something else. Maybe one in B. Because we're also coming in with a B after that. Might work. Yeah, so do the same thing again. Reverse, unwarp, adjust that, reverse, plumb. Almost midnight. Let's make that quieter. Yeah, we probably should just make it from that. should probably just make it from that. Input, track, granular, vocal thingy. And then just arm that. I'm just gonna... I'll just do this for now. Okay. Do that again. So now we have this one. Boost level a little bit. And let's start. Let's do this. Reverse. Do that. Let's put a reverb on it. Nice and big one. Love the bassline made on Serum. Yeah. I can show you real quick how I did it. One moment. Let me wait, let me just grab a nice preset. I know this, I have a couple of ones here. This 80s Hall preset is nice. Then just boost this a little bit. Quite long because we want to have nice ambient kind of thing. Just boost that up a bit. We're really just looking for nice reverb tail here. So let's see how that sounds actually first. Bring the high shelf up a little, so we got a bit more highs. Let's raise this one up a bit as well. Yeah, that's better. And let's... see, we're looking for that nice long tail. So freeze flatten this. I'm not looking for this to be a thing that's going to sit in the mix, you know, because normally if you would do this, it would generate really long tails, like as you can see. And that's going to mess with your CPU, like so much. But all I'm looking for is this part right here. We can just take this now, do that, reverse this. And we're going to have a beautiful... Now, because it kind of, we get that little gap, what we can do is we can take this, just do a little bit like that maybe. Okay, I definitely hear something that I want to change in that grain position thing. It's this jump right here. We're just gonna stay on this value. So I'm just gonna take this, I'm just gonna drag it over here. That's so nice. We might not even need the crash at this point. Just a reverse one. Oh, maybe we do need the crash, but we just want to have, it's not even a crash noise, but we just need to have some filtering on it. Like some, yeah, we need some filtering. We need to do this. High pass, and we're gonna go down. Oh yeah. That's sick. That's sick. Not that sick. He's a cunt, but that's sick. Give us a little bit of resonance. That's dope. That's nice. same thing on the other one, of course. Opposite direction. But for now, this will work. Let's just copy that one, I guess. Put it on this one as well. And go into the automation. We just want to get something different here. We're going to do something opposite, probably. Probably go something like that. Yo, make a point, come on. A bit much. Be like that. Okay. Where's the kick? There's no kicks in this section. Okay, let's do some kicks in that section. We want to have a kick on the first beat here. Maybe a low bass one. Yeah, I'm still not sure if I wanna do it like this. I might actually first of all, we have that little gap there as well, that thing. So let's do this. You can remove that point as well. Not sure about the filter automation here. What I want to do with that. See, that's... We can definitely have it open up like this. Maybe we want to close it down during this section. We'll figure that out later. Let's not do these at the end, so we just extend that. Ooh, I actually think that needs to keep going. in the section after that. Just keep going with that. Yeah, that's gonna be good. We just need to make sure that this whole thing is just one note. So that it doesn't re-trigger and we don't get those gaps. Maybe I'm gonna keep it like this and then in the second half close it down. Maybe from about here-ish. Let's make this a bit bigger. 16K, yeah, sure. Yeah, that's gonna be sick for the build. Bum 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 bum. Wow. That's gonna be good. That's gonna work so good for the build. It's exactly perfect. Let's see. What can we do? Bass. What can we come up with? What's gonna sound interesting? I'm trying to move forward as quickly as I can without not making it sound completely shit. If you get what I mean. But also not getting stuck on the entire intro for too long. I'm not even sure if we need that kick here. We just we need something big for sure. It sounds like shit right now, but don't worry. We're gonna try and make something good. I'm trying to, wait, what? Oh, yeah, let's try something else. Let's not use the unison. Let's just go for that. I'll, you know what? Let's initialize. Let's just do this first. Just have a wide Reese kind of thing. Oh yeah, by the way, how I made that other Reese. Somebody asked a little while ago. This is that other Reese. As you can see, what I have here is I have a saw wave oscillator, but without a fundamental. So I can show you it on this other one, so we don't ruin the other one. Here, and we have a saw wave. We can say, I want to have a saw wave Reese, but without the first fundamental. So let's go into here, into edit, and see this thing here? Just bring down this first one, and then you get this shape. That's basically a saw wave, but without the first fundamental, which is just a sine wave. So if we do this, and then layer a sine wave underneath it, like that, we have basically a saw wave again. If we make sure that this resets properly, then we basically have a saw wave again. Looks a little off here. But yeah, that's, see? Now back to the saw wave, and we just have to play with the level to make it a perfect saw wave. See, if I boost this now, you can see it at the top. If we have this one at a louder level, or at a quieter level, you can see what's happening to the waveform. That's basically what's also happening in the wavetable editor. So now we just add that oscillator back, and now we can widen this one up. Make sure that that middle one, well, we can have it there, it doesn't really matter, but we can also just take it out. Put like this, and then just blend the two. And now you have a Reese with a perfect sub. And if we do this, and then filter it, we've got the perfect low Reese. That's how we do that. Oh. But we need something else. sick. Is that what we need though? I don't think so. No. I need to think real quick what we need after this. One moment. I'm going to switch over to my speakers real quick. I'm gonna mute the mic. I'm just gonna have a little listen on my speakers. Just gonna, I don't know, maybe even stand up a little so I can listen to it. And because that's when usually the ideas come. So I'll be back in just a little bit. One moment. We need to hear this in its entirety and think about what is gonna sound good and natural. What is gonna sound, what does it sound like we need to have after this? And then the first thing we need to do is write the rhythm and the pitches of that, because that's the most important thing. And then from there we can start writing the patch. Let's do that first. Ramon coming in. Did you save? That's a good call. Holy shit, we didn't at all during the stream. I already saved before the stream, but I didn't hit Control S. By the way, I'm actually standing up right now. If you're watching me, you can't see me, but this is how I'm making music right now. I'm standing up because I'm feeling it. Let's keep going. I'm feeling that pattern. I'm not sure if that bleeds into the mic because I'm on my speaker still, but I'm feeling that pattern. It's kind of yeah, what is it? We are in E, but it's following that same thing where we start on B. See, we are in E minor, but we start on B. So I'm not kind of sure what it is because it works with the sample as well. It's quite interesting. I just think we are in E minor. The sample is not in E minor though. The sample is in E major Phrygian that I threw into Quanda. But for some reason, the combination that we took came out of it just works. So I have no clue why it works, but it works. Because the sample, when I analyzed it, it was in the Hijaz scale. First of all, the Hijaz scale is a Middle Eastern makam, actually, and makam is a Middle Eastern term for what they use for scales. Yo. Makams are what they use in the Middle East as like basically that's the word for scale in the Middle Eastern language. I think it's at least how they describe scales. And the Hijaz is one of those. And Hijaz is basically what is the equivalent in their music theory to what Phrygian dominant is in our Western music theory, if I'm correct. Which would mean it's major Phrygian. And I analyzed it back then, and I thought it was an E major Phrygian, but now I'm getting confused. Maybe I just mislabeled the thing. So now I'm gonna go and find out, because if I know what key that sample is in, it's gonna make it a lot more easier to work with, because I now think we might be in B harmonic minor or something like that, you know, some weird shit, which I've also been using recently, so it would make sense if I found a sample and pitched it to, because I remember when I made that sample, it wasn't at the original pitch. I put it into Ableton and I found out what pitch it was, and then I sort of like pitched it to a key I was working a lot in at that point, and I've been working a lot in B harmonic minor, so I'm not sure, maybe it's something like that, and then E something could work on top of that, so let's see. Where's the sample, first of all? I don't know why I'm standing up, but it works. Get in the zone a little bit, you know? Let's grab the sample, put it in here, and I'm going to use a trick. I'm not going to convert it with Ableton thing, because Ableton fucking sucks at that shit most of the time, especially if it's like a very complex piece of music. So instead, we're just going to throw a Melodyne on it, and we're just going to record this for a little bit, and see what comes out. But I'm not going to play it because I don't want to get a copyright strike. So I'm going to play just the track and record what is here. That's a long piece of music, but I guess if we record the first part, we will already be able to find out what it is. So let's just listen to the track. Okay. Pattern's totally gonna work, by the way, off that bass thing. It's an octave so high, and we don't have a good bass patch, but that pattern itself is gonna work. That's what I mean. We need to find the pattern first. Now, let's see. Now we can actually see what this is. See, it is an E, I think. It's doing some... Oh, that is major Phrygian, though, I think. Let's see. What is this? Melodyne is so good at finding out the pitch of things. See how well it finds these things? And just, you can see it that so much better than when Ableton tries to do it. Ableton just comes up with all these weird little things that are like totally not the pitch that they should be telling you what it is. This actually does it really well. You can even export this as media if you want. But this is playing an A in the bass for basically the entire duration of this section. And then we have E here. So this is playing an E major chord, see? It's playing an E major chord over there. So we are in E major, Phrygian. Because we have a little F thing here as well. Not sure if that's correct though. Like, not all of these notes are probably correct, but it looks like we are in F major Phrygian. Or an E major Phrygian, sorry. My bad. But then why does it work when I play a minor thing underneath it, an E minor? That's so weird. Because I'm playing an E minor thing underneath everything. E major Phrygian. Is E major Phrygian... Okay. One sec. E major Phrygian. Musical skill info of E major Phrygian. That's what we want. Okay. So, E major Phrygian, and let's update this so that we get all the possible things. E major Phrygian is a mode of A harmonic minor. Okay. Well, that doesn't help me, but, well, whatever. For some reason, E minor, what we're playing, works. If there isn't a minor third playing in the bass, it will still sound well together. That's true. That's true. Let's have a look at what the bass line is doing in the intro. B, G, E. Minor third, right there. Every single time. And it fucking works. If I switch this to the major third, it actually sounds weird. Listen. Time to sit down again. It's weird. I have no idea. Maybe headphones. Yeah, that totally sounds out of tune. It's like, it's weird. For some reason, we're doing a minor thing, and it works underneath the sample that's in the major thing. But we're in the same key, because it's E major friggin', and we are using E minor. Or E friggin', which is so like close to E minor. Because it also has the minor third. So it's really weird. For some reason, why it works, I have no clue. But I guess we're gonna roll with it. Or we are secretly in A harmonic minor. But we just don't realize yet. That's also an option. Not that it matters too much. I'm just going to keep going with what we're doing. But why are we then going with that B? That B indicates we are in E, because the B is a perfect fifth above E. Right? So that makes sense. Switch E to G sharp with the G as well. What? Switch E to G sharp with the G as well. What? So just have B to G sharp. No. Or here. What did I say? B to G sharp, yeah. No. But just, this is nice. This works. I'm just wondering why it works. That's what I wonder. Okay, let's grab hat for the loop this time. Let's see what we have. Some kind of head loop. Let's search on rank. Which head loop did I use the most? Not even a good one. Well, that one might work. I think we need one that is more... That's too live. Need one that is more... Could work. Something simple. Could maybe work. That might actually be fun. No, it's too much. Yeah, I do think it's a little off the vocal, but that's something that I'll worry about later. I'll probably even just melodyne it, to be quite honest, or just you know, use melodyne to find out how off it is, because my pitches aren't that good. Honestly, I'm just totally honest about that. I really just I can sometimes figure it out when I'm using a so like an instrument on a keyboard, and then just play along with something and just see what works and what doesn't work, and how so like while I do that, I come up with like at least 2 keys, right? And then I know that one of them is going to be the root and one of them is going to be the perfect fifth above that root, right? So then it's just wondering about, okay, which one? Okay, what is the relationship between those 2 notes? Okay, and then I can find out, okay, which one is the root and which one is the perfect fifth. So I can find it out, without looking things up, for instance, but I'm just not that good at it. No, it definitely it's probably sounds a little off. It's also because it's probably picking multiple positions at once in this granulize thing. See, it's somewhere, and I hate that you don't have like a proper waveform view in this thing. Like, just give us like the actual waveform. That would be so much more helpful. That you can zoom in and look at like where exactly and what part it is that it's sampling. That squiggly line isn't really telling me much, you know. I get an overall view of what this looks like, but it would be great if you just had like an actual waveform view. I don't think the entire thing is off. It's just that this one, right? That's not an E though, I think. Or is it? Is that an E? Not sure anymore. Well, I can find it out if I want to. But fuck it. That's actually quite cool. That's actually quite interesting. Wait, is this also a tuning? I guess it's sharp or flat. Like, I'm not even able to tell that kind of stuff, right? That's how my pitch is not even that good. I meant what was playing on the E, the bass. Well, that's interesting. Could be. Could be. How did I set that bass up? No, that shouldn't be the case. That should be just a regular pitch. So... whatever, we're just gonna keep going. When the bass hits E, the vocal is out. Yeah, like I was saying. So what I was doing in the first time was exactly right. But whoever is able to, is the vocal sharp or flat? Sharp. Okay. I think. Okay, we'll just have this for now. No, it sounds like ass, but let me check. So it's sharp, so then we should tune it down a tiny bit. This. But only on that E, you say. So that's this one. It's here. It's on this part, you say. You hear the last note as a C. Then with the E underneath that, well, E is a minor, or E is a major third above C. So that's one thing. I'm just gonna fucking leave it alone for now, not fucking worry. And I'll just fucking do this later and analyze what the hell it's doing, and then I'll make it work. Not important for now. Not important. We need to move forward, not get stuck. This is the road to getting stuck. No shots to you guys, don't worry. But I know myself awfully well. Like that pitch draw or that filter closing down there that much. I do like the filter being closed down in the section after it, but not right here. So that's better. Where can I get cool trailer music drums at 174 from? Well, I'm just using Contact right here for that little percussion thing. That's just a Contact. It's an Action Strikes library from Native Instruments. Like, we probably even want to take it out at some point, honestly. Like, I actually think taking it out here is going to be a lot better. And just having the section with the drum and bass drums without this thing. And then probably take this out even earlier, maybe even here. Like, only have this in the first section. And then actually I would like to have a hit there at the end. Yeah, that's what we need. Okay, let's see if we can do that with this library. We should have an ending. That's an what? An individual ending. How does that one sound? So C1, E1. We need C1 and then end on E1. So let's do this. We have C1. Let's put a C1 right here. Then we want to switch it to an E1 at the end. Where though? Here? Yeah, not that. I don't think this is a single hit though. But we'll see. Is it there? No, I don't think it is. Okay, it's not bad, not bad, not bad. Take out the hat thing. Here. Go out of automation mode, like that. I want to have a single hit. That's what I want to have. Can we get that? Let's see. Let's go in here. Ending 16. Holy fucking shit. Can we, wait, let me check something. In here. Can I... Why is there no solo button on this thing? Come on. Really? Do I really have to bring the gains down of these? Okay, well, whatever. I'll bring them down. I don't care, but his solo button would have been a little bit more helpful. Okay, cool. Whatever. Maybe. Are those one-shots? Ah, they are. That's the one we need. We just need a single hit somewhere. Right there. That one. But not that loud. Bit quiet. Like that, maybe? Okay, let's see what we got. We need something more interesting here as well, that's for sure, but we'll figure that out later. Probably some granulized thing or something. But maybe I don't even want a hat. I quite like that without a hat. Just on the kick drum itself. Okay, we need some kind of a riser here. Not too big one, just a small one. But we need some kind of a riser underneath here. That's what I hear. So let's what can we take? What can we take? I mean, granular stuff is great for that. Let's just grab another corner. And I need something else. Do I have a hit, like a nice hit in the key of C or a different key? Doesn't really matter too much. Let's go out of that. Let's do this theme. Pad single noise. No, impact synth hits. Main code work. Throw something in there. Now if we just play a C, it's going to give us an E because this is in the key of E. So we're just going to play a C note underneath here. We're obviously going to get that annoying oscillator. So let's bring that down. Let's go into here and let's adjust this one. We just want to have that. Now, by default, do we have pitch bend range here? We do. Oh, it even has MPE. Oh, nice. MPE. Does it really just have that as well? That's gonna be sick. Oh, nice. That's dope. Okay. Perfect. Let's bring this up. So, I want to have something around here. Can we make this thing? We have a second one. Can we take this, and if we sync it, how long can we make it? 1/1, is that the longest we can do, or can we just stretch these out? Oh no, we cannot make them any longer than that. Okay. Then we're just going to automate the knob. This position knob. So we can take this and automate it. It's not doing an octave pitch bend, is it? Override range 48. Or was it? I'm not sure. No, it wasn't. Now it's doing an octave pitch bend range. Now it's doing an octave. Okay, so we have this, and now we can start messing with these things. So let's go in here. Go here. So it ends right there. We can go a little bit further. We sort of like get that the first part of that sound a little bit, and we want to start messing with these randomizers. And then probably automate them over time as well. So we have the random one here. That's actually... I'm going to take that one. I'm going to automate that as well. It's doing the second health. Bring that down a bit. So, or bring it up a bit so we get more randomness. And then we're going to do the same for the random tune. So that we get some sort of like more out of tune stuff towards the end. We can a little bit like this. Like it's already out of tune, of course, because it's pitch bending, but just to emphasize that end. Like that's kind of cool. Maybe that might actually be fun to do throughout. Like, why not? Let's do this. Sure. I'm also going to change this note. So I'm going to go a perfect fifth above this, which is G, right? Yeah. Okay, that sounds like shit. Let's pick the tune random down. Okay, maybe we'll just do a regular riser. I need a riser though. I'm hearing a riser in this section. Oh, the Atmos group is also not brought down in volume. That's why everything in the Atmos group is so loud compared to the rest. Holy shit, now I know. That's why I had to bring all of these down so much. Now some of these are too quiet, but we're gonna fix this. See, that sounds a lot better already. It was just a sample. That's why it didn't work. And that's just a saw wave, but that works so much better. Let's raise these up a little bit. That's good enough. And this one needs to be louder as well. Why is this one so much more low pass than the other vocal than this one? Maybe I've changed something in there. Or it's just because that one has... It's the reverb till where the high end decays really quickly compared to the low end. We can do that and then boost the level. So we kind of fake the whole thing, but it works. Now, let's just grab this thing. I'm gonna do this, and I'm just gonna put a reverb on it again. Just to fill up that transition, because now we get this. See, because we have that what is it? Is it a... Do we have sidechain? No, it's not sidechain, just the attack of the Quanda. But I can bring the attack here down as well. Maybe that helps. Let's see. We don't get a click, so let's see. Oh, see, we still get that sort of like thing when the kick hits. Sort of like an attack on this thing. Not sure where it's coming from. Yeah, there's really just an attack on that thing, which is probably just on Quanda. That's probably an attack coming from Quanda, and I'm not sure where that's coming from. Not this one. It should be this one, but it's all the way down, so... Yeah, weird. So instead, we're just gonna put some reverb on this one. Just take... we'll take a Valhalla room. And just group this one. Or we don't even have to. We can just use this and automate it in. So just have that. A little bit like that. Make sure that the high multi is set to basically 0 or 1 times so that it's not going to filter the high end off. Let's bring that one up all the way as well. So that it's basically just giving us all the frequencies in this reverb. And then just do, I don't know, it doesn't even have to be that long. Just want to have a little transition thing here. And probably automate the mix towards the end of that thing. Kind of fill it up. Let's see. Do this, and then let's automate that one. It's better. We'll do it for now. Let's not get too caught up and let's start moving forward again. I'm feeling like maybe a breakage coming in here. Very lightly. That's then gonna support. And this rise is going to be a lot more subtle because we're going to have the main rise in this section. So bum 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 bum. And I'm going to play with this pattern because it's not done yet. It needs to be good. Should we find a little break kind of thing? Let's see. That's not a break. It has actually found all the transient. It has even found one too many. Amazing. Amazing, Ableton. For once you did it right. Wow. Okay. Slice that bad boy to MIDI. See if we can make this one work. I think we can. Slice the new MIDI track. That. Let's remove that one. Now we just have this one. Let's quantize that. I like the sound of it. Let's set all of these to 0. Copy value to all siblings. I don't need that. Copy value to all siblings. At least not for now. I don't need the filter. Copy to all siblings. I might need to shape her a little bit. Let's bring this one down. Bring that up a little. Then copy that to all siblings. Now we should be good. Let's see what pitch we're going to use. +6 might actually already be the right one. Let's also do +6 decibels. Sure. Saturated. That could also be fun. We'll do for now. We could just do a little okay, let's see. Yeah, that note, that vocal note here. It's playing a C that's really flat in that area. So the person who was saying something earlier, I think you were quite off. Or you were saying that it, or you were thinking that it was playing a B, but it was just really fucking sharp. But it's playing a C. Yeah, definitely. Just a really, really, really flat C. And why does that work? Or maybe Ableton Tuner is just off again. That could also be the case. Because that is every now and then. What do we have? We had B. Yeah, I'm yeah, okay, I can see what they mean. I can see what they mean. I'm hearing a B coming in though, because that's what the whole track is doing there. So what that vocal should do in this section is probably be tuned down a bit, so that it works with that B. Get what I mean? Which is this one. Fine tune. Let's see what happens if we tune this down in this area. Quite a bit, actually. What should we do? Something like this, probably. That part is... It's only this part. Like, that part isn't the problem. Really only this area. It switches to that other. I'm not sure, man. I'm not sure. Just gonna... Fuck. I'm gonna reset the fine tune. I'm gonna leave it. Why is that? Oh. Let's do that. I'm just gonna forget about it for now. Although I do think it sounds weird, because I want to use E. That could be cool. Something higher. Not sure what. Dun, 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 dun. That's what I want. I think that could be really cool with a big bass. Bum, 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 wow, bum, bum. Oh, that was actually good, I think. Yeah. Wow. Wow. Ooh, is that gonna be B harmonic minor? See? I'm coming back to B harmonic minor there with that thing. What? Huh? Now I'm getting even more confused. Whatever. Whatever. I'm confusing myself, but somehow it still works, so we're going good. Wow. 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 I'm hearing that. Oh yeah, okay, then we're good. Yes, that's what I'm hearing. Yes, okay, I'm not confusing myself. We're just in the key I was thinking we were in. Bum 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 bum. Bum. Let's see what else we get. It's just a solid right now, so. G? Yes. Wow. Higher even, so we're gonna go probably for D, because that's gonna be a perfect fifth above. Oh no. We're gonna go up to E? F sharp? Ah. Bum, bum, bum. Then we're probably gonna get the same one again as this one. Then we're gonna get a transition. Oh, wait. We're gonna get a really long intro, I think. Like usual. Probably gonna have to cut it down later, but well, doesn't matter for now. Keep rolling with it. By the way, Medic, I saw it was you. I just hadn't said your name yet, so I figured let's do that. I can bring it back. Whatever. I was just... Yeah, you know what? What if we take this entire piece and... No, not do that. What if we take that piece and we kind of want to shorten this section? I'm thinking of taking this out and just using that break as sort of like the build into this next section where this is going to come in. If you get what I mean. Before we do that, let's save. Then let's get rid of all of that. Gonna have that break coming in. No, we do need this thing coming on after. How long would this intro be? 129, that's what I mean. And I'm feeling if we're gonna do this, it's gonna need a build after that. So, I mean, I guess you could say fuck it. 151 intro. Let's go. Yeah, see, I feel like we need a rise that is probably just going to be this long. So we're going to have sort of like a 2-octave rise instead. We're going to go from here all the way up to here. Why is this a C note? Why is that a C note? If we are in the key of E. Probably want to make that a B or an E instead. Did we start building the tension with a rise somehow? That's gonna really be cool. Probably gonna be lower pitched as well in this section, so we have the higher pitch section in this half. And it's gonna sort of like fade in during this section probably. This is already adding so much more tension with just this hallway. But then what's this sound like? It just keeps rising. It doesn't keep rising. What's going on? Oh. I made a 2-octave in. I should do this. That was what I wanted to do. just have that riser keep rising in this section. Just keep going. It's just gonna add to the tension. Oh, we don't need, if we do that, we don't need another build section after this. That's what it's gonna need to make this section work as a build. We need that rise that sort of like keeps continuing throughout this entire section. We just need to make a nice rise. Okay. Do I have one already? That would be sick. I don't though. Rise? No rise. Damn it. Damn it. Well, I mean, it's not gonna be that hard to make, right? 32 bars. Nice. We can make it exactly 32 bars. We don't even need to do any automation. We can just do this. Trigger. I would prefer to do it with automation though. So let's just do it with a macro. We're gonna use a macro to do everything. This is just gonna be whatever, morph, whatever. Just do this and automate that during this entire section. And we can basically connect all kinds of stuff to that macro knob, and then it's gonna help increase the tension throughout this thing. So first things first, let's start with the unison detune. So that's just increasing throughout. It's always gonna help. And then let's find something, I don't know. Yeah, I like long intros as well. I don't care. I like it. It'd be a bit much for a riser, probably, but hey, I like the sound of it. So we could try and make this come in over time. That could be another thing we can assign to here, actually. Let's do that. And that sound that's coming from the FM, we can start like this, and we can do this. See what happens. Could even start with this one here as well, and just put this on here. Let's put this in the entire mix so we can hear it, and then let's put probably some filtering on it with an EQ or something. Just do something like this. Do that. Let's see what we got. Yeah, that's getting more attention throughout, so that's good. Let's just leave it like that for now. Let's rename these things. Riser. I'm just gonna group these two in a group. Call that noise. And then this is the vocal reverb sweep. put that next to that one. This is the intro race. And this is gonna be the... I think this is gonna be some kind of the main base, but I'll call this the build base or whatever. Feel the pressure drop. Nice tune. Yeah, I've heard the tune for sure, but I can't really recall how it sounds right now. I would have to hear it. But I've definitely heard it. I've definitely heard it. It's with Jake's. Which vocals of Jake's were it? Oh, pressure drop. Something with pressure drop, probably. I can't... it's been a while since I heard the tune, though. So I can't really recall what it sounded like. But yeah, I changed the hat pattern as well. So actually, let's just do this. Fuck the hats in this. We do need hats. Let's just take this pattern. We're gonna have something in here. I'm not sure what yet. That's something to figure out for later. Yeah, we're gonna have to start working on this one. Getting the pitches right is the more important thing, so that's the thing we should do first, like we were doing now. But I got distracted, making other stuff. Like, that is nice, but I think it needs to have... It can go to that one, so let's put U right here, and then it's gonna go... let's just drop down all the way to E. Like that. Here we go. Or back to B. Or just leave it at what it was. Let's move on. That's nice. Something like that. So we're just gonna extend this all the way for now. What is that? Is that that? Hello? Why is that pitch bend not doing anything? Is it doing something now? What? Hello? Aren't you supposed to do something here? Okay, now it works. Then bring it down to here. Ableton, you drunk. Done. And then cut it out right here. And then we're gonna have the build thing, which is right here, the riser. Let's go in here. And I'm going to adjust this a little bit right here. So it rises 2 octaves. I'm gonna add another one right here, another dot, so I can make sure it's at exactly 12 semitones here. Then this one is gonna end right here instead. So it's gonna rise a little bit quicker in this second half, so that it actually ends on the right note. Oh, wait. That was a little bit too much. It needs to end right here. Oops. That is more like, there? Yeah. Right there. And then that vocal is also going to cut out there. So we need to do that. And now we need a good sound for this. Oh yeah, I know totally what it actually needs on this first part, by the way. Well, it needs a pitch bend going into it. Something like that. An octave pitch bend. Maybe a little bit like that. That's what we need. On every note. God damn it, I should have done it earlier. Can we copy this and then paste it on this note if we do this? Holy fucking shit, we can. Hey, that's perfect. That's gonna make so much of a difference. It doesn't make much of a difference right now, but as soon as we start turning this into a good bass, it's gonna make a lot more sense. Cool. I'll get to the hard part. Let's go. Let's see. Let's start with a random one here. Let's take that one. And let's find something. Maybe that one could work. Ooh. Ooh, that's fat. As a sub. Could layer something on top of it. We need a shit ton of distortion. Yeah, okay, we need a little bit more than this, but like it, but also not at the same time, if that makes sense. Like, the high notes are definitely not good, but we'll figure it out. We need a third oscillator. That would be sick. An actual third oscillator. It immediately sounds way better. And now we can start messing with, where is it? What do we need? Distortion, serum effects. So that we can put that one after all of this. And then we just need an external instrument in here, sending the MIDI to build base serum effects. So now the MIDI comes into here as well. We can use whatever we want, and we can just make everything here. We can even use these oscillators to add like overtones and shit. So we just treat this as our new sort of like master serum, and everything is coming in through this audio in thing here, basically. So if we want, and I say we want to first have some distortion. Really distorted right now, but don't worry, we'll figure that out. Just so that we can kind of hear what it does with the distortion. Now we can even say like, okay, maybe we need an harmonic in here. Let's go for harmonic series. And we can start using this. I like that first part. That one is sick too. Like, I'm hearing what I want to do. I don't want to do it like this. I'm not going to use this one. We're actually going to do it with a separate layer. So, serum effects here is going to be, we're going to group this one. And serum effects is going to go on this group. Which is going to mean that this one is now going to say, yo, oh, nice, it actually updates. Sweet. To the group instead. Exactly. So now this is, this is our, I don't know, let's just call it main base, whatever. Doesn't matter. Even though we have this one build base. We just need another MIDI track. And on this MIDI track, we can put another serum. And then we need, for now, this entire section. And then we are going to grab just a sine wave. And it's, first of all, going to be higher. Something like that pitch, probably. And now we can start messing with this. So, like, it needs to do something similar to what we were doing just now, but we need sort of like extra notes on these long ones, basically. Playing an F sharp. We need to figure out which one though. Damn! That's gonna be so hard to do. Why can't we just do it with this one? Okay, that sounds good though. Oh, we can do it with this one. My bad, I didn't say anything. Let's go back to what we were doing. We can do this just fine. Ungroup this. We can just as well take this one and just say copy A to B and just have two individual ones, map the volume of that one and map the volume of that one. This is going to be harmonic 1. And this is going to be harmonic 2. And we can set this one to a different value, and then depending on which one we need, we just automate the macro in. So if we want to have a different harmonic on a different note, we can do that. So we're going to start with this one. That's nice. Just having this. So I'm hearing... Okay, and then let's see if we can use that second one. So let's take this macro. Let's automate that up somewhere in this area where we go to that higher note. It's somewhere around here. So let's just do this for now. See if we can find probably one that is much lower. Maybe even bring this octave down so we get... Ooh. That's sick. I like that. And then we just need to bring it down again at the end here. So just do something like that. And I'm actually feeling like we should do this. That value 0.27, nice. Not exactly right. Even try what it sounds like on these. Yeah, that's not... See, that harmonic is too low for it to be on these lower notes. It works in that one. We can also try doing this so that we have that same sort of like... Yeah, that's good. Well, I'm kind of almost thinking of doing this. Well, and then doing this here. So basically the other way around of what I'm doing now. Or maybe just doing the same thing again. So just go, we're not even gonna go to E then. Okay? Well, whatever. See what we got. Do we really need a third harmonic? God damn it. Wait. Oh, they're both the same, but this one is an octave lower. We can automate one of these. That's also what we can do. We can just set it to a different harmonic where we need it to be. If we need a third one. I do like the tone of that. That sounds big. That's gonna work in a big drop. It needs to pitch down a little there as well. Probably gonna do a little bit of a different thing at the end of these things, to be honest, but for now this works. I feel like we're getting somewhere with this one though. I'm just not sure why the pitch does what it does. You know? That's the only thing I'm still not sure about. Because why are we ending up on F sharp for some reason, even though the intro Reese is clearly not that. It's doing E, and then we're going to F sharp. Means we are in F sharp friggin'. I think. Any pitch masters in the chat? Any pitch detectives? Tell me, what is this intro? What scale are we in? If you know. What sounds like the root in this whole thing? Like in this. This sounds like the root to me. This E note in the bass. That sounds like home to me. That last one. So why are we ending up on F? Or F sharp, I mean. Maybe it's just that vocal thing, though. Maybe it's just that vocal thing, that's why. Safe? Yeah, now I'm hearing something completely different in terms of pitch. It is that vocal. That is why I was coming up with this pattern here. Let's move this pattern to here. With the automation. Come on. Just copy it. And I'm going to, let's see. Let's mute it for now. Let me listen. I do like that. We need to zoom in a bit to see what everything is doing properly, because a very tiny change on this makes a huge difference. It's out of tune, but that'll be fixed at some point. I mean, I set up a pitch bend range that is, I switched this to MP as well. So, do you think what I'm thinking? Turn the vocal into a riser. When vocal starts rising with it, let's try it out. Full octave. I'm playing an E note on this thing, on this granular vocal. Oh yeah, because I put the pitch device in front of it. Is that one correct though? That's the question. If that one is not correct, then I'm just fucking myself over because of that. The sample I threw in here was E. And then I put it down. How much? -5. I think I was incorrect. 1, 2, 3, 4. I should have done 4. That's why we're in a different key with the vocal. I'm so fucking stupid. What does it sound like if we turn this one to -6 or -4? Now it's probably gonna work in F major friggin'. That sounds even worse. Okay, we're going back to -5. Fuck it, whatever. I don't even care anymore. Let's move on. Okay, we want to have this one rise along with it. That's gonna be fun. So this is set to MPE? No, let's set it to MPE and let's do 48. That's the MPE pitch bends. So that's just here. You've got this third thing. That's for MPE pitch bends. And then you just, to snap it, you just hold Alt. And then you can snap it. If you don't hold Alt, it's going to just do that. Just hold Alt and then it snaps the pitches. Bum, bum, bum. Bum. That's what I'm now hearing. Dun, dun. Dun, dun, dun. I'm gonna redo this thing. I have a copy here, so don't worry. Okay, the vocal is not gonna rise. The vocal is just gonna stick on the same pitch. That's gonna be better. Because the rise is already doing it. Yeah, that's what we need. Um. Move that one for now. So we need a pitch bend at the end of this. Probably somewhere around here. We can even do this maybe. Doing the pitch bend here. Bring it back up again so we get... Oh yeah, that's what we need. Back to that note. We can copy this. Copy it another time. This is just a start for this bass line. We need to work on the patch, but wow. So here we need one that goes up to a higher pitch. Wow. Which pitch? Wow. C to B probably. Not C to B. G to F sharp. It needs a one semitone interval there. Maybe. E to D sharp. D sharp is not in the scale. Maybe. Drop boom. Yeah, why not? Let's go for that right now. Put that here. Let's just get started making some drop drums, I guess. That's what we're gonna need for sure in this section. So let's get started with that. We need a snare drum. A snare. Let's see. We have one. Of course we have one. I'm gonna post a Patreon pack, by the way, in the upcoming days. I haven't had the time to go through all my samples, so that's why it hasn't been released yet, but it will be out in one of the upcoming days. Don't worry. We can leave it on trigger. Not sure if this is going to be the right snare, but this is one I recently made, so I'll just put this in for now. Maybe we're actually just going to have this pattern. Bass needs a lot of work, but just so we can hear what this does, let's grab this one. Put you here. Let's grab that other head as well. Why not? And the brake. I'm not sure if we're gonna need the brake right away. Probably not. Probably in the answer section, but yeah, we're probably gonna need that brake in the answer section, if we're even gonna need that brake at all. I need to piss though. I need to piss like crazy. And how late is it? 12:49. Okay. Let me grab some music for you guys. Bounces. Not sure if that is the... Yeah, sure, you can have that one. you can listen to that one. First half. I'll be back in just a little bit. Just gonna take a little leak and then I'll be back. So see you guys in like a couple of minutes. Just gonna grab myself something to eat and something to drink downstairs. See you guys in just a bit. Found it. What I wanted. This is it. Totally. F sharp to G and then to E. That's what we need. So we're doing basically an F minor little thing here. Starting on F sharp, which is the, what is that? The second, then going to the minor third, and then going to the root. That's what we need. Yes. Bending down. Wow. Bending down to, I don't know, there. I'm saying that's gonna work. Just needs good sounds now. Found the groove. At least I think. Took a little while, but took me working on my speakers for a bit and standing up and but I found the groove. I hope it's not too similar to anything though. That's the only thing. That's always the thing that happens. But that's what I feel it should be doing now. What do you guys think? The chat is awfully quiet as well, so say something, boys. Come on. Support me. Could even do a little different thing at the end here. I'm hearing maybe maybe that. Just to end it up different. Then let's just continue this one until there. And then let's go, and we're gonna have to do some automation on this bad boy. Probably on that. Need this to grow throughout. Let's from here. Let's just do this. So it's just a little rising throughout a little bit, getting a little bit bigger throughout. Probably thinking of even changing this thing here at the end. I'm not really liking that. Let's see, what do we... I need to hear the whole thing in its entirety, otherwise I'm gonna change something and it doesn't make sense. Like that stays an E. Going to A instead. Although it does go back to E there as well, so let's just not do that. Actually, let's go to E instead. But yeah. That's gonna be it. And maybe no gap. Yeah. So this, obviously, is going to need some filtering towards the end especially. So we need a high pass. Group this, or map this to macro 1, map this to macro 1 as well. And now you're not going to see this, but I'm going into the mapping editor. Oh, you can see it. I'm changing this value from 64 to 1, so that when this knob is all the way down, high pass filter is off, it's not affecting the bass, and then when we want the high pass filter to happen, we can automate it and turn it on. See? So that way it's not affecting the bass right here until we start doing this. See? So now we're sort of like blending it into that transition. That's gonna work so well. Bit of reverb on it as well. We can do a little bit of reverb after that, automate that in as well. Let's grab a Valhalla vintage verb. I'm on a roll today, I'm feeling good. It's starting to sound pretty nice as well, so I'm definitely liking where this is going. Bring the mix all the way down. And just do the same thing, just automate this up in this section. We get that. So we see how we get that little jump there as soon as the high pass turns on? Look at the waveform here. Look at the waveform. You'll see it really easily. See? That's what the high pass is doing. It's messing with the phase and the loudness over the volume of the sub frequency. As soon as it turns on right here, it just switches. And that's what I'm trying to prevent basically. If I don't want that to happen during the entire bass. I just want it basically to, well, you could do it really early on in the chain. That could work and just work with it. But I like to not have it and just only, I guess, make this come in when it needs to. We can do, instead of doing this, starting from all the way down here, we could just already start a little bit up so that right away it's sort of like... We just get that. Or we just leave it. Might be better actually. Like, it's very subtle, you don't really hear it. Most people won't hear it, but I hear it. Let's remove this one. See if it makes less of a change if we do it with an EQ, which is less steep of a curve. This one is only 12 decibels per octave, and the other one is 24. I could have switched it to 12 in that other one, but fuck it. Map this to macro 1. Map this to macro 1. Mapping. Change that to 1. Then turn that on again. That one is a lot better, see? It just now it just naturally decays, as you can see here. Perfect. That's what we need. It's just a little bit less high passed, right? So we could just high pass a little bit further. There we go. You know what I wish there was for this thing? Like a variable slope control. Like an actual knob that you can rotate and basically just set something to whatever slope that you want in between all the other slopes. That would be so sick. Being able to morph a filter from like a 12 decibel per octave into a 36 decibel per octave filter over an X amount of time. Not sure if that actually exists, but that would be insane. Because then you can do this stuff so cleanly. You can literally start this automation as a 12 decibel per octave filter, which, as you can see, doesn't mess with the phase as much. It doesn't affect the volume of that sub-frequency as much. And then, while it goes up, you can morph it into like a steeper filter. That would be sick. I don't think that's a thing. Correct me if I'm wrong, if there's a plugin that does that. Because if it does that, then I need that plugin. So please correct me if I'm wrong. Shade filter, somebody is saying. Let me open up my browser. Shade filter, you say? Shade filter. Shade filter BSD. UVI shade. UVI is nice. I've worked with UVI in the past from when they did Falcon, so might even be able to get this one if I just contact them. Is that thing able to do that? That's sick though, if that's it. If that's what it can do. What's new? No, I just want to see a screenshot of the interface. Can we open this up and zoom in on it? Ah, yeah, slope. And is that actually, is it not, is it actually like smooth in between the different slope settings, or does it snap? Because I've seen this kind of thing before in plugins, but then it's just basically a rotary button that snaps to individual values. I need it to be smooth. Like, actually, I want to be having slope values of, I don't know, 8.13 dB per octave, you know, stuff like that, and just morph from one into the other, like fluently. If that's what it's doing, holy shit, that's powerful. And then I need this for sure, because that's gonna make what I was just doing now so much easier, because I can just morph it into a steeper filter as it goes up, getting more of that sort of like, you know, more sharply high pass sound, which I really like as the filter opens up. Everything you want, I think. That's insane. I think I'm gonna shoot UVI an email. Yo, mate. Yo, can I test out Shade? Please? Maybe they're watching. UVI, if you're watching, hit me up. I would love to test this one out, because if that indeed is a fluid smooth control, then more people need to know about this, and I need to talk about it, because that would be really, really cool. Does look really cool overall though with all this. It has like a whole lot of modulators. That's nice. I've never seen this one, to be honest. This plugin. envelope follower, XY thing. So you've got like an XY graph. You can map things to that. That's cool. Envelope, so that's just a regular envelope, I guess. Randomized thing. Follower, that's going to be an envelope follower. Figure, what is that? Not sure what that is going to be. Figure, LFO, that makes sense, but what is figure going to be? Spread. What is that? Interesting. I'll check it out, man. I'll check this out. I'll leave this open on my other screen because I'm definitely going to check this out and probably shoot UVI an email and say like, yo, your boy wants to check this thing out. Hit me up. This looks really cool though, if that's indeed possible of doing smooth slope control. Oh wait, here we go. Showing us. Oh, here we actually have a drop-down thing. So I guess it depends on what filter you're using as well. Maybe I should just read. Is this zoomed in? Yeah, it is. Reset. There we go. Continuous slopes up to 2000 decibels per octave. Exactly, that's what I need. That's sick. Continuous slopes. Yes, it has. It has it. That's what I want. That's really good. But I'm seeing like drop down things here as well though. I'm not sure. Maybe it depends on which filter you're using or something. But that's really good. I'm not sure why many plugins don't have this yet. Because it would make things so much nicer if you just have like a rotary control for your slope instead of having the snapping thing. And you can maybe do something like having, I don't know, like I know in Pigments, for instance, Pigments by Arturia, they have like these things where their knobs, their rotary knobs, they are freely, you can move them around freely, but sometimes they still snap to values as well. So if you get close to a value, it basically snaps to that value and you just have to move your mouse a little bit more for it to unsnap again and move back up. And I think there's a key combination as well that you can hold to kind of make it not snap. But that would be the perfect thing. Just set up like presets for like the standard, so like slopes, 6, 12, 18, 24, 36, and so forth. And then just still make you be able to just move around freely in between them, but also have sort of like the snapped defaults, if you get what I mean, for the people that don't want to have these fine controls. That would be so much better, honestly. Because these days, most of the time, it's just you choose a filter, you choose the filter slope, and that's it. This is the future, in my opinion, where filter. Oh, my bad. Yeah, this one does exactly it, specifically designed for sweeps. Exactly what I said earlier, where you have a high pass filter on a bass. The moment you start high pass filtering, it's also affecting the bass. So you might not want that, and that's where that lower slope would come in, like maybe even a 6 decibel per octave, so that you almost don't affect the volume of that low fundamental at all. And then you might even be able to just leave the filter on, you know, and not even have to automate the on-off switch. I'm not too much of a fan of these interfaces though from their plugins. I don't really like the slidery things, to be honest. It's just not really, and the way how they do these values, you know, like I get it. It looks a bit nice to look at at first glance, but to me, it's just annoying. You know, I have to fucking twist my head to read the values properly. It's just annoying. You know, it looks cool at first glance, but from a design perspective, and I'm a graphic designer by trade. I studied graphic design. This shit is just ridiculous. It's making things, especially for people with bad eyesight, people who already have a little bit harder to have a little bit of a harder time to see stuff. This shit is pointless, and it's making your plugin less marketable to a whole group of people. Don't fucking put shit like that. Just put it straight so people can read it easily. They don't have to twist their head, anything like that. That's just my only thing with their interfaces. It's just a little gimmicky thing, but I don't like it. Not that I can't read it, because I can read it. My eyes are fucking good, but it's just, that's my only advice to them, you know. I haven't heard most of these plugins though. I haven't really tested them, but I've heard good words about some of their plugins. The Valve compressor, I heard a lot of people say a lot of good stuff about that one. See, they're doing the same thing. It's like that thing that they do across a lot of their plugins, and I'm just not a fan, you know? I'm just not a fan. You're purposely making sort of like harder for some people. And just in general, like even I can see it fine, but it's still, it doesn't make sense, you know? It still feels weird, especially for values like that. Like the 100%, I can kind of, okay, you know, it's the main dry wet, whatever, fuck it. I'm gonna touch that one time and then probably not touch it again. But like the decibel things and stuff like that, that's such precise information. I want to be able to see that easily, without having to twist my head a little bit or look a little bit closer. You know, it's just, no. And especially coming from like a graphic design background, that stuff just bothers me. Regardless of how they sound, of course. Like the plugins might sound absolutely great, but yeah, exactly. It's just, and it automatically, I just start twisting my head ever so slightly when I see these things. When I work with plugins like that, when they have something like that, you just automatically, even if it's unconsciously, just, what does it say? You know, just it's at an angle that's just enough for you to kind of have to move your head a little bit for it to read it properly. It's like at exactly a 45-degree angle. If they had made this at like, I don't know, 15 or 30% angle, 30 is already a bit much, but maybe like 15 to 20% angle, so that was just slightly at an angle, it would have been perfectly fine. You probably would have been able to read it a lot easier than right now. It's just that the angle is so absurd. It's like 45 degrees, which like makes sense. Is mathematically the half of 90, which, you know, okay, but why just not, I don't know, make a wider slider and just put it horizontally? Yeah, I guess. It's just, I guess all their plugins do this. Oh, yeah, see? They just all do it. They just all have that same thing. It's just, this one is insane though. This one has a lot of them. Like some of them aren't too bad. This one, like, holy shit, all these values are super important to read. Like, and you're gonna put it so like at an angle. That's makes no sense. Like here, your decay time, your pre-delay, those are the most important values of your reverb plugin. Like, I'm starting to feel like White Sea Studios out here. Sorry, Witsa, I'm not trying to copy your job, but maybe these companies should contact me too. Yo, good hurts. If you want me to burn your plugins down for video, then I'm open as well. Don't get me wrong. But yeah, it's just I would say it's just common sense, you know, stuff like that. It's funny though. It's funny how some people that design interface or design things seem to think that certain things are just fine. But then when you talk to actual experts or just people who've studied for this stuff, they'll be like, that's fucking dumb, you know? No screws. No. You gotta be honest with that. They go for more modern kind of look. They're not trying to emulate any analog stuff, which is fine. I guess I would still rather see that than seeing stuff like this, to be honest. I think this triggers me more. Which is crazy. But I think this triggers me more even than a couple of screws in a plugin. Which also kind of triggers me, but it's wasted, it's just wasted space, but yeah, I don't know. It would be nice to have an opportunity to change the angle of the sliders. Yeah, we just not put them at an angle at all, Put the fucking text at an angle. I don't know, something that's not important. You can have something at an angle. Put this logo, this text right here, put it at an angle. It's gonna look just fine. You're also gonna have something at an angle. You don't need one of the more important values to be at an angle. That's what I would do. Is take this text and put that at an angle. It's gonna look really, really nice. Just sort of like, I don't know. Can they do that on the other plugins? Yeah, not here. Well, they have the sidechain thing at an angle. I don't know, put like some text behind it or something. It doesn't really matter that you make these lines a bit thicker, put some text behind it with like Valve, put the word Valve right here behind it in a little bit very light color. That's very light version of this red. Just put it very lightly here, diagonally, the word Valve. Bam, you've got your branding. There you go. That's what you need to do. Then you still have that thing at an angle. You just put this thing straight. No, nothing at an angle that is important that you need to read. That all needs to just be straight, just like those. I get that this slider is horizontal, but it doesn't matter. Like you can have this kind of a thing on a horizontal thing as well. It's not going to matter. It doesn't matter that it's white and this is also horizontally. That doesn't matter. What matters is the value that it tells you. That's what people look at, not where exactly on the line it is. They look at the value. Especially because the value is on the knob, right? You're not going to look at exactly these lines. These lines are just there for fucking show. Like, it's just giving you an indication of there's the middle line, but as soon as you move this thing close to it, you're not going to see that line anyway. So that's not going to help you. That value is going to help you. I would just add the word Valve right here. Go to one of the other plugins. Bam. Okay, this one has no space for anything. Lossy. Here, we have these weird things again. Bam. Take that away. Put, I don't know, the word lossy somewhere here if you really want to. Don't have to. Or take this, whatever, this thing. Or why? You don't even need something diagonally. If you really want to, just put some branding word or something, like I said, with a very light color, so you just barely see it against the white. So it doesn't distract too much from the other stuff that is darker in color, but just a very, kind of like what they're doing with that background thing. See? Those lines, that background thing, they're really, really just faintly visible. That's what you want to do, but then with like some text, if you really want to put some branding on it. It's going to be such a small change, but it's going to make things a lot better for them, I think. Are these plugins, how much do they cost? 19. Okay, that's not even that expensive. That's fine. 149 for this compressor. Okay, that's a little bit more. It would look better with normal angles. I think too. It's like, this just makes no sense. Whatever. I do like the interface of this one though. This just looks like an interface that's easy to read, easy to use, straightforward. So yeah, this looks like something I would like. It's just like our thing, mate. Yeah. I'll let Wietse go back. I'm actually gonna see if Wietse has done a video about one of their plugins and see if he has actually said something about that. I hope he did. I hope he did. I know Wietse is not a graphic designer, but Wietse, I hope you did. Because you're always the guy who talks about interfaces so much. You better say something about that. we just need that higher thing again that we had earlier. That what is it? What was it? B? Yeah, B. Sounds like shit right now, but that's fine. We're gonna have to make that drop bigger after like working on it. For now, let's take this and let's copy that. I'm just gonna copy that to this track as well, because I know we're gonna need a high pass on this. In fact, let me group this one, and all the drop basses are gonna be in this group, so I can literally just high pass the entire bass group if I want to. Just gonna take this. And then we're going to grab this and we're going to move it right there. Why is it? Oh, there we go. Like that. Rid of this. Do that. We're gonna cut this one out earlier, I think. Probably a beat earlier. So we get... Yeah, that's gonna be it. Is the vocal gonna come back in the drop? That vocal granular thing? Don't think so. Thinking if we want to do that or if we want to do the filter after the distortion. Yeah, that definitely sounded nice after. Wow. Drums need to be a lot bigger now as well, and we need to start working on the bass to make it sound a lot better. But I'm gonna stop streaming. It's been quite a while. If I feel like it, I might stream tomorrow. Not sure if I feel like it tomorrow. If I do, then I will. But we've sketched out an idea quite well, and I quite like it. So, good sign. Good sign. How long have I been streaming for? 5 hours and 25 minutes. Holy damn. The comeback to E in 77th is fire. Right here. Yeah, I like that one as well. That one took a while to figure out, but that one took a while to figure out, but it actually makes perfect sense now. Sounds a lot better. I'm hearing something. Dun, 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 dun. Let's write that real quick before I forget it. Dun, 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 dun. Dun, 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 dun. Where? Dun, 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 dun. Somewhere here. Dun, dun, dun. Dun, 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 dun. That. Okay. Dun, dun, dun. Then we're ending on the perfect fifth above E. Dun, dun. We could do it on there as well. Something like that, but I'm not gonna make that patch now. I'm just gonna leave that there so I don't forget the idea. I think I'm actually gonna go for a different pattern as well. Probably gonna go for the That's gonna be much better. So this, basically. Oh yes, that's gonna be so much better with like some shuffly bits in between. That's gonna be sick. Even try something mad like a double kick or something at the first part. Bum bum dun dun dun. I don't know. That is actually quite interesting. Bum bum. It's actually quite interesting, that thing. Something like that with shuffles. Should we just try add the shuffles real quick? I mean, fuck it. We're still going, so let's see what we get if we do a little shuffle. Ooh. Ooh. Did you hear that? Let's go. Hey, why do we have a filter? Come on. No filtering, please. Give us the full goodness. It works good with the bass. Yeah, exactly. That double kick works really nice with that bass thing. Because it's 2 beats long instead of 1 beat. It's not a steplet. It's not going to be a step that goes like bum, bum, and then with a big gap. I want to have that, and then 1 beat gap, and then go into the next bass hit. So it makes sense to have a double kick for that first thing, or do like that and then a snare drum instead. But I figured maybe a double kick could actually be fun. And then then we're gonna get this again. Then we get this. Duplicate that, duplicate this. Yeah, that's gonna work. Bong, bong, bong. And then here, not do it to kind of switch it up, you know? Here, not do it, just go to this one right there. Maybe even do this one. Kick drum. Bum. Ooh, yes. We're getting there. Now it just needs to be filled up with more stuff and better shuffle, because I don't really like this break yet. It's too... I don't know. Could also be the hats. Yeah, the hats are shit, basically. The hats are absolute garbage. The break can have a bit of work as well. He ain't stopping. I am gonna stop soon, but I just got this idea suddenly, and I wanted to make sure that I didn't forget it. That's what you need to do. Let's record this thing so I can see what it looks like. I don't think this... Is this bass loud? It's not loud at all. Let's fucking fatten this bad boy up before we end the stream, shall we? Does it need... I was thinking does it need noise, but I don't think it does. Well, maybe it does. Maybe it does. Bit of erosion. Doesn't hurt on that bad boy, I guess. Put it in front of the serum effects, see what happens. Or is there a filter going on in here? There is a filter going on. It's not doing anything though. Got the filter that I automated. Yeah. Okay, it is doing something, but not here. So if we put this in front of it, we're not going to hear it when that filter closes down. Hey. That. Do this. Like, we might even, if we put it after it, sorry, I keep getting distracted and keep working on this, but whatever, you guys don't mind. Fill it up with some noise instead, like the high frequencies. It's probably going to sound better than the high frequencies of the saw wave, because saw wave high frequencies usually don't sound that nice. Especially when you're running them through distortion. Just gets harsh and just doesn't sound cool at all. But I was gonna fatten this one up. We can like I can add a separate sub to it. Drop bass, let's this and grab these, or at least this one. Or just both of them. Drop that on here. Let's grab another serum. Make yourself a quick sub bass patch. There we go. That's what it needed. There we go. Just need to make sure that that is fading out when this high pass comes in. So there is no... Ah, sweet. I can just throw this in here. There we go, now it has a big sub. And we can just put Pro L on it to make sure it's not clipping. do this. Just let me load up this one. Sort of like my default preset. There we go. Look at that. Look at a beautiful sausage. Like, it might even be too loud right now. We just might need to back this down a bit and then just saturate the two together a little to kind of get that loudness up, but just so like quickly doing this, we can. I don't think there's a sidechain for the snare yet, so let's duplicate this one. Sidechain snare. And like right here, in this area, we might want to play around with doing, because we have them on separate layers, we can, for instance, take utility on here and automate the sub to get louder throughout this section. So it starts a bit quieter, like that. So we just have... Although that's a bit much. Maybe we'll just have it. Yeah, don't like it with the filtering here. Where's that filter? Let's take that off. Maybe. Is that B or A? B, I think. No, it needs to be A. And like these first two, this first thing is probably not even going to be this sound. It's probably going to be a double bass step, like bum bum bum, and then that longer one is going to come in. So it's probably more going to be like a double bass step or something like that, like one that has like a bit more of a plucky kind of shape. Boom boom down, and then the longer one comes in. That is going to be this one, of course. And I have to go and start messing with this, that automation of the harmonic, because it's not going to decay like that. It's probably just going to go and be more sustained. That 808 is moving and playing its own thing. Every other instrument needs to follow it. Yeah, exactly. but I'm focusing on the pitch here real quick because I need to copy that to this one afterwards. Yeah, that's gonna be good. That's a good sort of like end right there. Like this one needs to end different, the one here, than the one here, if you get what I mean. They need to be similar, but doing something different. Because this one is the one in the build, and that one just sounds nice when it stays on that E. Or what is that? Is that E? Yeah, that's E. Yeah, this is definitely going to be the theme of the drop, if you get what I mean. Definitely. This is what is the theme of the drop, and in the intro it's more like this thing, which actually does a similar thing in a way. It uses similar notes, right? It just goes up to that C and that B for the first part, which is fine. It's the intro. And the vocal is gonna have to be worked on, that vocal granular kind of thing. It's a bit out of tune every now and then, and it just needs a bit of work, but that's fine. Which is there as a placeholder for now. Kind of going in the direction where I want it to be. It just needs to be fine-tuned, right? It just, it's a bit messy, it's a bit out of tune in places. But that's because the sample is technically not supposed to work. Like, if we're going back to the granular vocal thing, like that sample that I threw in here is in the key of E major Phrygian. But we're working in E minor. But for some reason it still works. So we're getting granular stuff created from a sample that is in E major Phrygian, but we're writing in E minor, which is normally not supposed to work. We're putting major stuff in a track that's minor, in the same key, which is weird. But for some reason it still works. There's a couple of bits that sound slightly out of tune. It could be that is the case because of that difference in minor and major third. What I might try is off stream, take that entire sample that I put in here. Oh wait. I'm fucking confusing myself. Holy shit, why did nobody fucking tell me during the entire stream? This is not the sample in E major Phrygian. This is the sample from the sample pack vocals. F minor. So that's why it just works. We are not in A major Phrygian. Remember, I had that one vocal sample earlier, that Middle Eastern music, and then I switched it back to this vocal. All stream, I've been thinking the vocal was in E major Phrygian, and fucking myself over because of it. That's amazing. That's amazing. It was a completely different sample. The sample wasn't even E major Phrygian. Okay, well, that's good though. So the sample is F minor. I put a pitch device in front of it doing -5, which means it's gonna end up on... What? I should put this on -1, theoretically, or not. No, -5, then it ends up on C, and then I can put any key in here that I want. I'm putting an E note in here. Okay, so yeah, the sample is in the right key. Holy shit. I just realized that I just whole stream been screwing my own brain for no reason. Well, the fact that nobody even noticed it as well, that's even more amazing. Well, anyways, thanks for being here. We're getting somewhere with this track. I'm liking where it's going. We achieved more than what I thought we were going to achieve. Amazing. Absolutely amazing. Absolutely amazing. And how I didn't even notice myself either, that's even more amazing. I've been having that plugin open for quite a bit, working on that vocal thing, and I just didn't notice. I still thought I had the other sample in there, the E major friggin' thing. But apparently I switched it out for a different sample, so I might even go and explore some of the other vocal samples in that same pack, and just see if I can maybe find other good bits in those that sound good on this thing as well, because there's nobody's telling us we only should use parts from that one vocal sample. It's a pretty short vocal sample, right? So there's only going to be a couple of sections in it that sound nice for the granular thing. But we can just as well just create like a duplicate of that quanta and just you know, map, or maybe not even, but just put a different sample from the same pack in that one that is also in the same key, and then find out if there's other good bits in that one, and then basically just make the best possible vocal that fits with this intro. Because the whole vibe is there, it just needs to be fine-tuned. And I think you could see as well already messing with the position of the quanta with that sample is really going to change what happens on all the different parts of that granular vocal thing. And that's going to be the main thing to tweak for that intro. It's just going to be finding the best positions, and that's just going to take time. You know, it's just going to be something that I have to do off stream and just sit down for an afternoon and just tweak that granular vocal thing, just probably for an entire afternoon. Just get it sounding as good as possible, and I don't want to bore you with that for an entire stream. You know, if you get what I mean. It's 4 a.m. right now. Well, good night. I'm gonna go and chill for a bit as well. It's 2 a.m. right here. It was a fun stream. It was a really fun stream. So I'll play this during the end of the stream. Thanks for watching. If you want to help support these streams, you can support me on Patreon. I have a Patreon on which I drop monthly sample packs. So I just did some stuff here. Do that. Don't think I actually changed anything, but I have a Patreon, and you can support me on Patreon. I drop monthly sample packs on there as well, and a whole bunch of other stuff too. I'm going to be posting the sample pack of this month pretty soon, because I should have been doing that earlier already. It's already always halfway through the month, but I'm going to post that one in some of the upcoming days, because I've just been too busy doing that. Too busy to do that, basically. I've just been too busy to go through the samples that I made in the previous month, so I'll do that in the coming days, and then post that one soon. So, that was it. Hope you liked it. Thanks for watching. If you want to join the Discord, link to that is in the chat right now as well. I'll be in the Discord after the stream, so if you want to ask some more questions or something like that, just come join. Would like to see you there as well. So, that's going to be it. And like I said, thanks for watching. And I'll see you guys again Friday, next week, Friday, 8:30 p.m. Amsterdam time. So tune in if you want to maybe see me work on this again. So thanks. And you guys will see how much this thing has improved next Friday, I guess. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys soon. Peace. screwed up the outro. Thanks, mate, for the sub on Patreon, but you screwed up the outro. Anyways, thanks for that, and I'll see you guys next week. Peace.